All right. The time is 0040 Zulu time. I can welcome everybody in. Thank you, Scab, for the subscription. Subscribe. I can't do language. I apologize. Only thing I know how to do is naval operations. So that's what we're gonna be doing today. Fortunately, I didn't have enough time to make a scenario, so we're just gonna be playing one of the default scenarios, Strawberry Can Kill. Comrade Admiral, you command a powerful Soviet. Sorry. For Comrade Admiral, you command a powerful Soviet fleet tasked with the critical mission: advance towards Hawaii and establish a forward position that would challenge U.S. dominance in the Pacific. This bold move signals the strength and reach of the Soviet Navy, projecting our power directly into American-controlled waters. Thus confirms that the Americans are mobilizing a carrier battle group led by the USS Carl Vinson, along with Aegis-equipped cruisers, to intercept and counter our advance. Your orders are clear. Hold formation, prepare defensive measures, and be ready to engage once contact with the enemy's forces is made. You must break through their defenses. Oh yeah, the blue side is pretty fun. But you must break through their defenses and assert Soviet presence in this region. This mission is vital to shifting the strategic balance and demonstrating the Soviet Union's global reach and resolve. Success will disrupt U.S. influence in the Pacific and solidify our position on the world stage. Well, today we're going to be playing red, so I'm going to be getting it from the other perspective here. Unfortunately, I don't think that the carrier AI is all that advanced in particular. So we'll need to kind of evaluate things when it comes to that as necessary. But, well, simply how I proceed. All right. Slowly loading up. Let's again, see how this works. If I'm not mistaken, there is indeed a possibility of an enemy submarine, and there's also a possibility of, so we didn't. Thank you, Scav, for the happy birthday. All right, we already have creatures in the night. Not really in the night. What is it now? What's the time here? Kind of in the night? It'd all be in the nighttime, really. All right, so let's go analyze their Soviet invasion force. So for whatever reason, our task group is centered around the carrier Minsk. Thank you, Mab. It's been pretty fun. I mean, I went to the aquarium today, which, I mean, it was a pretty long drive, so I mean, I didn't have too much time there, but I mean, it was fun. I enjoyed myself. So I'm very pleased about that. All right, so we have Kiev here in the center, so this is going to be mainly, honestly, it's kind of a little bit eclipsed since it only has foragers. And it has a few other helicopters here, but, well, I mean, I like fish. I do like fish. I do like nautical things in general. I mean, fish are pretty nice. Fish, sharks, whales. I think the beluga whales are considered to be dolphins. I'm pretty sure they're considered to be dolphins. I'm not all that familiar with the arrangement when it comes to those sorts of things. Yeah, so we have the Yak-38, which is not going to be all that useful, unfortunately. The Yak-38s are pretty weak, I'd say. I mean, they don't have any onboard radars. Their avionics is fairly primitive. They're probably not going to be used at all. We have the Ka-25TS, which is mainly for over-the-horizon targeting, which it would be pretty useful in most situations. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't know why it's centered on Minsk and not Tbilisi, but, well, simply how it proceeds, I guess. And you have a few anti-submarine warfare helicopters. Up here, also I'm also gonna spread out this formation because we're literally just in a big blob here, and it's not particularly how I want it to be organized, but we'll fix the formation in just a quick second. So we have, all right. So where is the next one here? So we have the Gneve, and we have the Gromyachi, which are both Cannon class destroyers. So these are honestly second line units, especially since this is supposed to be taking place in 1990, if I'm not mistaken. I can't actually see anything inside of this part of the screen, so I'm going to presume it says 1990, and if not, then you can correct me as necessary. So these are primarily going to be used as second-line anti-submarine units and second-line anti-air units. Really what I'm going to be using these guys for, however, is missile baits. I don't know why. I mean, I think, if I'm not mistaken, most of them are already decommissioned by this point. I mean, honestly, I think that it would really be the Cashins that would be in this position, but, well, yeah, that's simply how things proceed, you know? So we have this one over here. Where's our other one? The other one is... I also have no idea what this formation is. Okay, yeah, the other one's over here. So, the same thing. So, the Gumiachi right over there. Our primary aircraft carrier is going to be the Orwell. This is a fictional unit. However, I think that since it isn't taking place this late inside the scenario, you might go ahead and kind of think it would be a one of the Ulanivosks, basically, which were indeed being built. However, by the time that the keel was laid and work started beginning on it, the Soviet Union collapsed. And, well, work on it pretty much stopped there. I think that probably got scrapped, what little material was accumulated for it. But we have MiG-23s as our primary fighters. We have P-42s as our primary anti-submarine units. I mean, yeah, I mean, the Kuznetsov I wouldn't say would be particularly functional, especially in modern day. I mean, it's been in the workshop for a little while now. By a little while, I mean for a solid few years. So we have some P-42s, which is going to be our primary anti-submarine warfare aircraft. Some P-42 RLNDs. I don't know what RLND actually is an acronym for. But regardless, they're going to be our primary airborne early warning radar. Airborne early warning, so I'm going to go and get one of them up as we talk. We're going to have Co-42s as our primary anti-ship strike units. They're not really going to be all that useful, however, because we are, of course, the Soviet Navy, so we have a lot of anti-ship missiles, and quite frankly, I don't really think that the anti-ship loadout for these guys is particularly very powerful. So I feel that the A6s definitely win over the Co-45s in that regard, because the Harpoon is such a good missile, and it carries a lot more missiles, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it carries more missiles, and the missiles are more powerful, I'd say. And no offense to the King Bolt. I mean, the King Bolt's pretty good when you're dealing with small little ships and all that, but when it comes to dealing with a very large task group like this, getting that close into that formation is probably going to be a death sentence. Now, we do need to have a few electronic warfare aircraft. Yeah, the A6 carries 4 Harpoons, which I'd definitely take 4 Harpoons over 2 King Bolts pretty much almost any day. And of course, you also have some helicopters for those purposes. Now we have here 3 Stavromenny class destroyers. These are fairly nice anti-surface units. So you have 2 very formidable artillery pieces, 2 130 millimeters. There's really, when it came down to it, the main design specifications was because of the fact that a lot of the other cruisers and destroyers of the Soviet fleets, and their varying designations, whether they want to be called large anti-submarine ships, large missile ships, all that sort of stuff. A lot of them are getting old, so in order to improve shore bombardment and, of course, anti-ship capability, they produced the Stavromenny class. So we have ourselves two banks of 4 large P-27 Mosket missiles, one over here, one over there, with 2 large artillery pieces, one over there, and one over there. And of course, we have our helicopter for all the helicopter purposes. We have 3 of them. We have Personelli, Beavi, and Nostovici. I mean, this is not a cruiser. I wouldn't call it a cruiser. I mean, in terms of tonnage is 7,940. So I wouldn't call it a cruiser. I mean, it's also called a destroyer by the Soviet Union anyways. So it's like, I don't remember what exactly the acronym is, but it's something like mine ship is like the actual, like mine vessel. Mine votes is the like literal translation, but it's EM as the acronym. There you go. And rounding off our actual combat units, we have Czerwona Ukraina, which is a Slava class, which we saw these yesterday, but to reintroduce them to you. These are going to have 2 banks of 8. This is 8, right? Yeah, I can count, no worries. They have 2 banks of 8 SSN-12s, alongside a pretty formidable self-defense armament of 1 bank of SAN-6s, and 2 close-in SAN-4s right over here. One over here, one over here. And you have 2 of them. We have that one, and we have Marshal Ustinov. And running up our invasion force, as of course, we aren't going to be invading. Somehow, we're going to be we don't even have an invasion force here. We're just carrying these guys along with us for the ride. Okay, that's fun. Alright, I'm going to go and get these. Alright. Yep, and get him a little bit further away. And of course, running ourselves off, we have a few Rapucha landing ships, the BDK 32, BDK 14, and BDK 46. These, if I'm not mistaken, they have their landing boats up here, so they just go straight up to the shore, open the gates, and everything is let loose. They have some artillery for, if I'm not mistaken, what caliber are these? Are they 76 millimeters? Oh, they're 57 millimeters. Okay. We do need to have a few 57 millimeters for guns, mainly for shore bombardment purposes. But well, if we use the guns on these guys, then something has gone very wrong for both of us. And finally, rounding off our fleet train, we have a Boris Chokin class tanker. So this has, I mean, they are still, I mean, they're not bad by any means, but I mean, if we're getting that close in, then I don't know how we would get that close into this formation without them burning up and dying, quite frankly. And finally, we have the Boris Chokin class, which it has no weaponry, but it is basically meant to just be a very nice fleet oiler. Of course, endurance in this situation is not actually a thing, so you can just run as fast as you want for as long as you want. If you want to, you can do circumnavigation of the world with an Osa-class missile boats, but well. So right now, we're pretty much in a massive blob here. I mean, this is a blob of like 5 nautical miles across, like 5 by 5 square, which is not at all what I want. So I'm going to go ahead, mod ramming speed. Yeah, ramming speed at the brisk pace of, what is the maximum speed? I want to say it's like 19 for these guys. 16. Ramming speed at 16 knots. Yeah, I think that most things will be able to run away from it. I'm going to disband our formation here. I'm going to recenter it on Tbilisi, as that makes the most amount of sense. Alright, so what are we going to name this formation? I mean, that's really the case for most of those things, because of the fact that they have to be very efficient when it comes to steaming. And they have to carry as much as possible. So, I mean, any space that you have for extra machinery is going to be space that you can't carry for any oil that you want to carry around. Just going to name it Winners. We're going to name it Winners, because we are winners, so true. Alright. And I'm going to go ahead and join all of our stuff. Right. And I just wanted to just change exactly who was in command of the formation, which, I mean, obviously, Tbilisi as the most powerful unit, and as a carrier that is going to be centered around, that makes the most amount of sense. Alright. I may also go ahead and put the fleet train as a separate group. I might do that. That's just for extra tactical capability here. Because we may go ahead and rush ahead with our winners and leave our little fleet train behind. Alright. Our fleet train? What do we name our fleet train? But yeah, I should also have some redeems as well. I added in a few custom ones. So hopefully you guys can see that. Hopefully they work. I don't know if they work. Did it have like the default ones, hydrate, explain that again, and like the posture one? Alright. So we have you guys up. I'm gonna go hit radars on. Alright, so we do have a few P3s coming in. Mistaken, they're coming in. Yes, we do need to have a hydrate. We should at least. Unless I haven't actually checked. I think I can actually do any redeems myself. Yeah, I do. Explain further and hydrate. And we should also have a... oh no, I don't have a posture one. Unless I can't see it. We should have... Yes. Oh, that's C. Okay, I see. Okay, that's gonna be an issue. I can't actually see that you've redeemed it with the overlay that I had. I gotta fix that somehow. Can I do like show settings? Or is that gonna be something I can do for the settings? Community point. Okay. I should be able to do this here. All right. So I'm gonna do redemptions or redeems. There we go. Okay. So we're getting to see now if the redeems work now, so that I can actually see it. Oh, okay, I did actually have fixed posture. Awesome. Okay, yay! Now I fixed it. Okay, so now I will actually be able to see exactly what you did. So I do need to apologize if you just like spammed it. I'm gonna hydrate though. Ooh, my things are all the way over there. I'm gonna get that. There we go. I have water now. Hopefully me doing that as well will also mean that I'll get like, because I should have it so that like for the advertisements, it'll let me know. But it is, I might also go and just put a manual timer for it just in case, just so they can time it. Just in case if anything happens. Thankfully, however, I can't even pause, so worst case scenario, like I just pause it. Right. Yeah, it seems good. All right. Going to keep ourselves back on here. So we do need to have a few P3 Orions coming around. Asking primarily as we should be on an MCON. I do want to make sure of that fact. And where are you guys going? I guess it is going wherever you desire. I was going to tell you just to go. What the heck? Oh, I guess that we can't actually go this way? There's something wrong with the date line here, I guess. Alright. Well, regardless of what they want to do, I'm going to go and get them back on track. And I think that, yeah, this Rapucha here is going to be the one over there. Just tell them to go in this direction here. Alright. So really what I want to do is I want to go and get back to our formation, and I really want to spread this out, because right now we're kind of just going wherever the heck we want. I am going to go ahead and make sure that we get our get it back, turning back around, because I don't know why they decided to go randomly off in that direction, but well, that is what they did. Hey, I probably want to go and have. Alright, so where do I want to put Minsk? I want to put Minsk maybe a little bit in front there, not too far away. I want to have. Alright, Nestor. Which one are my cannons? Because Nevi, and Demiativi. Okay. Where are you guys? I want you guys to go pretty far ahead. I want you guys to go at least like 50 nautical miles ahead. Alright. Yavi is a Savrameni. I'm gonna put you like right about there. I'm gonna kind of keep these guys. Roughly, I want these guys to be kind of like here, organized in that manner. I do know, however, that any threat axis is going to be in this direction, so I can't even organize myself kind of like that. And organize you that. Miyachi, I want you much here. And that. Okay, I like this formation. Might go ahead and even move Geneviadel even further. Very well. Subscreen. Do I have a... What do you mean by a subscreen? Like a... Oh, I see. Like a little things for like a subscriber goal? Like on my overlay? Is that what you're kind of talking about? Well, yes. Yeah. I mean, there is supposed to be a sturgeon. If I'm not mistaken, there's a 50% chance. There's also a 50% chance of us getting a submarine. But, well, as you can see, we do not have a submarine, so we're kind of out of luck when it comes to that department. Alright, we're going to be having you zoom off ahead here. I think that the fleet train is fine, kind of, like, doing whatever they're doing in this weird little formation here. I don't really care how quickly they go, or what they do. Yes. So I'm gonna go ahead and get ourselves a few P-42s. Maybe 3? Oh well. Let's get three P-42s. Why not? All right. I don't know. I do really like how the P-42s look because I think that they're both them and the S-3B are very cute aircraft. That's the best way I can describe it. Not too sure whether it's just because of the fact that they have very large cockpits for a fairly small aircraft. It looks like, but regardless of why exactly I feel that way, I do definitely feel that way. Ooh, something I am gonna do for all of these guys here. Yeah, I mean all the aircraft, like the Co-45 as well, and they also all kind of look like Vikings. Honestly, I don't know if that was kind of like the aesthetic choice that they all made, but that is definitely the choice that they made. And well, that's a very interesting description there compared to the earlier Cresta 2 BPKs. Why is it comparing the Sovrameni class to the Cresta 2 of all things? Like, I wouldn't compare them in the slightest. I mean, like, the Cresta 2 is a... I mean, yeah, yeah, I guess that, like, that's correct. I don't know, it's a very confusing... It's kind of like comparing, like, apples and oranges, quite honestly. Like, the Cresta 2 is meant to be an anti-submarine ship. The Sovrameni class is meant to be an anti-surface ship, and a coastal bombardment ship. So, I don't really see... I don't know, very interesting. But that's how they decided to do it. Regardless, I don't actually know. I'm gonna. Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead. We have our anti-submarine ships going out. Anti-submarine aircraft, rather. Yeah. So I was kind of thinking, like, you could compare it to you can compare it to the Udaloy. That makes sense. Since I mean that would be like BPK comparing to BPK. Like you can compare that. But well, simply how things proceed. All right. You know. Oh yeah. I also want to give you a C because I thought that I had something there for the badges. Like there's supposed to be like custom badges for the what should we call it? For like subscribing. Do that. Subscriber badges. Okay, no, I do have the subscriber badges. So okay. So I'm not too sure really. Okay. Okay, cool. I don't know. I don't know how to do that. That doesn't matter though. All right. Well, let's get your focus back on our objectives here. Yeah. So what I want to do is that I do want to try to fire as many missiles as possible at the same kind of range. So in other words, what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna look at the unit reference here. So this one, of course, has the SSN-19. I'm gonna pull up a picture of our SSN-19 friend here. Let's gonna discover what the SSN-19 is gonna do to these poor guys over here. So really, it's gonna be fairly fast. You know, eventually, it's gonna fly very up high. This is gonna take advantage of the thin air for higher efficiency, and it's gonna be going back down underneath. It's gonna be pretty good when it comes to dealing with ECM. It's gonna try to dodge those missiles when it can. So this is definitely our best missiles that we have. Of course, we only have 16 of them. I mean, all you really need is just one. You're gonna kill most of anything, really. But it's gonna be also our longest range missile. So I'm gonna be drawing a big circle. That is a little bit too big of a circle. That's a lot bigger of a circle than I need. We are gonna be drawing the circle 378. 178. There we go. Very well. So that's going to be for the Tbilisi. For the Minsk. Which I actually do think that what they did here, which I'm very happy about, because the thing is that I know that for some other scenarios, just people kind of just choose random ships and all that kind of stuff, is that I think that all these ships, other than of course the Tbilisi, which isn't actually in, I think they're probably one of the extra Slavas. I don't know. I'd kind of be surprised if both of the Slavas were here. I do know that the one that eventually became Variag, which I think is Severna Ukraina, um, Ukraina, is supposed to be inside the Pacific Fleet, but I do know that Minsk is a Pacific Fleet unit, and probably the other one is as well. So the Minsk over here, which you can tell since it has these big tubes, which are the exact same ones on the Slava class, they all have the SSN-12 missile, which is a little bit weaker of a missile, but it's still fairly formidable. They do have a much smaller range of about 297, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it? 297. Oh, I basically almost drew it first try. That's nice. 297. Go ahead and try to draw it in here. Yeah, close enough. I mean, alright, so that's going to be the mint. Where are my two Slavas? We have Slava 1 over here. Slava 1 is going to have 297 as well. Get the circle locked onto him. 297. Good enough. Right, so that's going to be that one over there. Where are my two? We have Marcellus enough. Range ring already done. And left. Now we have left just the Ukraina. In the meantime, I'm actually going to go ahead and I should get our P6 going up. P6? What? Our P42 rather. I want our P42 to go and get... Because there might be a sturgeon. There might also not be a sturgeon. But... I might do that, yes. Because... there's not really much else that I can do. Yeah. I'm probably going to go ahead and get into range of both my SSN-12s and my SSN-19s, fire them both at the same time. Try to overwhelm. That should be more than plenty to overwhelm, because I know that they have a few Aegis cruisers. Not mistaken, they have two. They have 2 or 3 Ticonderogas. So looking to check out the specific statistics on them. Once I'm mainly just getting ourselves all of our Sonobus, because I do not want to get a sturgeon coming in, firing some harpoons or what have you, and giving us a bloody nose. Because, well, that is pretty much the opposite of what I want to do. Oh. That's good enough for now. Alright. We have that one doing that. Who did I tell to do that? Okay, I told you to do that one. So you're going to be going in kind of in that direction. So you guys... this little line going up here. Very well. There we go. These are all passive. There is no active sonar boost in the game yet. If I'm not mistaken, there's just one sonar boost for the Americans, one sonar boost for the Soviets at the moment. We have the RGB-1. I think that they have... I don't know what they have. Like, they have the... I know that I had to remember once for a specific class. Like, I don't know whether we had Diefar or Diecast, which one we have. Of the game. Oh, we can check after I'm done quickly. Oh. Okay, yeah, we have Diefar. Cool. I forgot what the acronym specifically is. Isn't it like Direction Finding Acoustic Receiver? Or like... Or... No, I missed the I on that. What is the I? Direction... It might also be like the AR, like active ranging. Like direction... I don't know. I don't remember. Alright. We go on to our last. Alright. I don't know how... I should have checked how, like, roughly how close it spawns in, so that I can be like, oh yeah, like, we probably shouldn't like sort it up now. The main reason why I'm concerned about it is because the fact that the Sonobu's tend to be a little bit of a lag producer. So I don't want to spam them out too much. But well, we have 72 per aircraft, so I might as well. Direction frequency analysis. Okay. Okay. The eye is part of the direction. That makes sense. All right. So I forgot who has circles and who does not have circles. I don't think that we finished doing the. We need to go get the. Yeah, we don't have any circles coming from these. China. So this is 297 as well. Beautiful. Very well. So we're approximately 436 nautical miles away with the Blissey from these P6s. I do want to kill these P6s since, I mean, we might as well. I'm probably going to go for a air intercept. I'm probably going to send a pair out to each one of them. The only thing is, I don't actually know how much range these guys have, so well, I need to see that. Also going to be moving up our... I don't know if we can actually move these guys around. So I don't want Orlan flight. I'm going to ban you guys. Oh, cool. I think that... Wait, where did you... What? I'm so confused right now. Oh, I disbanded the wrong formation. I see. You know, so this guy just wants to be up there. Okay. You guys want to... Alright, well, I'm going to rename you guys because you guys should be doing what you're doing. Orlan Flight 1. Very well. So, Orlan Flight 1, I'm going to tell... Oh, look, yeah, you guys do need the range. Awesome. I'll tell you guys to just go over there and get yourselves up to altitude as soon as you can. I'm going to tell these guys to go ahead and go for this P3. Granted, I don't think that these P3s... If I was a scenario maker, I'd make these P3s have a few harpoons. But it seems to me that for whatever the reason, they don't have harpoons. So, well, they're pretty much harmless, really. But, except for, of course, the fact that they're going to be eyes and ears, and they're radiating, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. How are we acquiring these guys? You know, we're acquiring them entirely just because of the fact that they're emitting. There's the main reason why airborne early warning aircraft are so important. Is that by putting all of your radar on an aircraft like this, you're basically saying, yes, there isn't an aircraft, there isn't something of our formation in the area, but where? No idea. So you don't actually have good target information so that you can actually go ahead and be like, yes, I'm moving these guys up into this specific spot, we're going to be doing those things with them, you know? Alright, and we have Orlan 5, we're going out into that sector over there. Very good. So this is part of the reason why I really like the... That's one of the main things that I really love about the Orel class, is that it does give you that capability. Because if you are on the Minsk, for example, if we just killed the Orel from our formation, then the only real offshore capability that you have is the helicopters. Because the Yak-38 has no radar, so it can't find anything for you. And the thing is, of course, that the Pat-25 TS, well, it only is able to get you to see things with a surface search radar. So you're not going to be able to actually get you to find any aircraft. So the only way you're going to be able to find aircraft is by active emissions. So, and by that point, if they know where you are, then they're only going to turn on their radars pretty much last minute, as soon as they need to. Or if you're actively radiating, which of course is also bad. So it's kind of a pretty tricky situation when it comes to MCON as the Soviet Union, because you don't have that airborne early warning and control aircraft. Can you do that? Because you're just simply not capable of launching them from Kiev like this. And there's no rescue hooks. There's not enough space. And the aircraft aren't capable enough yet. Of course, by this point, I think that you probably have the Yak 141. Which Yak 141 is really quite nice. That is true. That is true. Because, yeah, because, I mean, either a 142 Bear or a 95 RT Bear. But I mean, if I'm not mistaken, both of those only have surface search radar too. And we can see, we can check. Let's check. Where is our aircraft? What aircraft should be here? Yes. You have this big bulb, just a surface search. I don't even know if the... Yeah, now that the 95 RT is here. What do you have here? Okay. Air-directed search radar. is no, that's not relevant. You know, so you just have Big Bull J, and then I think that what are you? Where are you? Would you be in Maritime Patrol? Yeah, you're in Maritime Patrol. What do you have here? You have Wet Eye. Yeah, so you don't even have a, so you don't even have any airborne air search radars unless you want to go and have a fighter come over from the Soviet Union. But I mean, even then, I mean, to be fair, they did need practice, which it was something that did surprise me. I didn't actually realize this was the case, but well, it is the case. They did need to actually have the PVO or PVO, which is the uh, air defense network, air defense forces of the Soviet Union. They actually had them practice doing fleet defense, which is something really fascinating to me. Is that even when they had the Kiev and all that, and their aviation cruisers, they still practiced having PVO aircraft come over and act as fleet defense, which is very interesting. I don't know how trustworthy I'd really say that having a Su-15 over their formation, or a few Yak-28Ps, or I don't think they'd have any MiG-25s because that would be a little bit too much. But well, maybe even some MiG-25s come over and having them duke out with Tomcats and what have you. That'd be interesting. That would be interesting. And unfortunately, I think that when the Tomcat would probably lose. Oh, no, pardon. The Tomcat would probably win, rather. I'm not all that confident in the ability for a Su-15 or what have you to go and deal with a Tomcat. The Tomcat isn't even... I mean, we could probably go and play it out, but I mean... Well, the Su-15 is over here. And there should also be the Su-15 TM, but I mean... They're still adding in a lot of stuff. Yeah, the Flagon... I love the Flagon, but... I do love the Su-15, but, well... You do have to be kind of fair to it. I mean... Especially if it comes to within visual range, it's part of it. There's nothing that Su-15 can do with. Yeah, it is very buggy. I'd say. I mean, we had a few difficulties with it when we were doing breakthrough yesterday. So they are a little bit tricky. They didn't like the fact they didn't like existing and all that. But well, what are you guys doing here? You guys going out to where you need to go? Something like that. I mean, the Su-15 is not built for air combat maneuvers, which should make sense, you know? I mean, that's just simply not what it's supposed to do. It's meant to go and fly out and deal with, like, B-52s and what have you. I mean, it's pretty good when it comes to dealing with that, you know? It's a perfectly fine interceptor. Especially considering the Soviet doctrine and Soviet methodology when it comes to interceptor techniques. I mean, it's certainly better than any other light interceptor that they had, better than the previous Su-9, Su-11 especially. And the thing is that Su-11 was so unreliable that they actually removed it from service. Because they just said, hey, look, this thing just failed over a major city because it's mainly the engine technology, which is something that you see a lot, especially in early fighters. Their engines are not, they're either overbuilt by the engine manufacturer. The engine manufacturer comes out and is like, hello, yes, we're gonna go ahead and have this amount of horsepower. The aviation bureaus, and this is both in the United States and the USSR, which just basically crippled a good generation, an entire generation of U.S. Navy aircraft, simply because of the fact that they were built around engines that were advertised as having said performance, and in reality, they did not have the performance. So, yeah, Westinghouse basically ruined an entire generation, which is honestly kind of crazy. You know? How did they do it? I do not know. I do not know how they managed to do that, but well, that's besides the point. Alright. Yeah, these guys are gonna... We'll probably need to go switch on our radars as soon as we get into range of these B3s, but well... No, to be fair, by this point, most of these Su-15s... Hey, Theta! And you know, I love the fact that I have the emojis now. It's great. Honestly, that's probably the part of this. That and the redeems were probably the biggest things that I was excited about. I do need still, of course, only have 3 redeems that I've added in. So I do need to go ahead and add in the ability to go and do things like that. So, well, yeah. So I do have to add that capability in. So do need to keep that in mind. So any recommendation when it comes to redeems or emotes and anything like that, I mean, D4N has very generously decided to go ahead and do them. I mean, I think I did credit him. I don't know how that looks on your side, but I gave him the artist role as well, since he is an artist, and he's done great things for this channel. There we go. Very good. All right. He is also really cool. I mean, I have nothing but praise for that man. Right. Ooh, I should also go ahead and make sure that I put range rings on the Sovrameni class. So the Sovrameni class has the SSN-12, which has the range of 135 nautical miles, which is a lot less than the other two systems. But well, it's also meant to be used in a different manner. I mean, basically, as I understand it, the P-27 Musket, or the SSN, what was it? 173 nautical miles? Where are you? 135. Yeah, I mean, I already didn't add in a few redeems. I mean, we do have that. 135. So we have 3 Sovrameni's. Boyevi, Bartolacini, and Nastoichivi. So now they're currently all racing ahead because of the fact that, unfortunately, our default formation is basically a death trap. Because really, we don't have the capability of dealing with the full-on attack. So we are only going to have some ships act as missile bait. And really, that's the job of the 2 cannon class. The 2 cannons are pretty much incapable. That would be foul. And you know what? I'm going to do that. I will do that. Something big like that. But to be fair, I mean, in some missions, it's not really all that big of a deal. But I mean, yeah, that is something I should do. No, I'll actually do it right now. I'll do that. I'll do that as soon as I finish drawing out these range circles. What has to be done? What are you insinuating, Scad? What are you insinuating here? I don't actually, here's a little secret. I don't remove the hat. Which, if you see me in, I mean, that is basically how I am in real life as well. I do not take off the hat. So, I basically almost cosplay myself, really, just on a daily basis. So, I mean, in real life, I do not remove my cover. So, all right, here, continuing to do what? Oh, here, what are you doing here? We have a lot of RGB ones just zooming around here. I may also go and launch up a few from Minsk, maybe? A few Ka-25s? Or Ka-27s, rather? I'm going to launch up a few Ka-27s from Minsk, and just going to have them be, like, a close-in anti-sub? I don't know. I mean, I also want to see the Ka-27s. Jeez, I'm tripping over my numbers here. I'm just going to see them come out from the Minsk here. What sonar does the Aurel class have on it? You have a good sonar. Okay, you have the same. Alright, you have the same Orion sonar. Interesting. What is our? Yeah, our keel is very low, so I'm not at all expecting any bottom bounce. It's just unfortunate because I mean, these sonars are pretty good, pretty well balanced when it comes to. I'm gonna get some. I don't know these guys. Unfortunately, of course, the Sovrameni class is not very well optimized for anti-submarine work, which makes sense. I mean, it is indeed specifically meant to be complemented by the Udaloy class, which is very well at anti-submarine work. So, I mean, that does make a good amount of sense. I mean, I don't remember what we have as the Platina. What, isn't it like Moose? Yeah, Bullhorn, there you go. it's not bad, but I mean, it's definitely more of a secondary opportunity. Especially since the only anti-submarine stuff that we have is just a few Set 65s. We have two Set 65s. We have on each side. We have the little guy over here. The very, very small torpedo tube. Just a little tour. And of course, we just have ourselves our RBU 6000s and a few 1000s, I want to say. Oh wait, do we only have RBU 1000s on this thing? Wow, we don't even have RBU 6000s on this thing. That's crazy. Yeah, no, we only have RBU 1000s. I think that they're both back here. They have one RBU 1000, one RBU 1000. Wow. Ah, that makes sense. You know, simply because of the fact that everybody's running over to their necessary locations. They're apparently just kind of taking their time here. Yeah, I'm gonna go and get these guys. And you basically kind of go in between. And also, it'll help because of the fact that, if I'm not mistaken, the Sonobus have an antenna range of 15 nautical miles. So if there's no unit that can actually listen to them in 15 nautical miles, then they'll just not be heard. I'm gonna get these guys. I really want to find this Sturgeon, if I'm not mistaken. I should have put it to just 100% so that I know that it's there, so that because I'm probably gonna be pretty paranoid if I don't find it, because it's not spawned in. Now I'm just gonna have these guys just do little straight lines just like this. Of course, they only have 20 Sonobus, so I mean, they can't do all that much, but, well. Thankfully, unlike the earlier Ka-25, which doesn't even have a better capacity, these guys are capable of both being hunters and being killers, which is good. And there we go. I know that for some of you, especially first hours, the acronym here, PLAVP, is definitely one of his favorite parts. Well, that is besides the point. Right, we're just going to be just doing a few little Sonobu. We're sending out a few Sonobus just as we need, as is necessary. As well. You know, I don't really have much of a plan when it comes to these helicopters. I'm thinking that if there is need to contact... Actually, I'm very tempted to go ahead and cheat a little bit and see if he's actually there. Mainly just for performance, as I said, because, I mean, all these Sonobus do take a good amount of lag and a good amount of processing power. So, I'm actually going to do that. I'm just going to see if he's there. And of course, if he's there, do we have... Okay, that's... Bring it to us. But, yeah, I guess there's nobody even close to it, so it's not even telling me any passive contacts. Fascinating. I think it would just be underneath sonar, and it will just tell you passive contacts, and it'll just list it there. Okay. Sure. But I don't think there's actually... So I'm pretty sure that we don't actually have a surgeon, but I mean... I don't have any conclusive confirmation that we don't have him, so if we don't have any conclusive information, then I can't conclude anything, so... The Sonobuing will continue until the surgeon is found. Alright. Ah. Some of these guys are... Where are you going? What are you doing? You're getting to where you need to go. I hope so. Yeah, you guys are going where you need to go. Alright. All right. So we're just going to be continuing going here. You know, I do wonder when it comes to the ad settings. I might go ahead and, since we're currently just not doing anything, I might just go to click run ad. I'm not gonna just, since I mean it's going to be starting in 3 minutes anyways. So I do wonder if that, like, if I start it now, then, like, you know, yeah, like, I don't know how that works. I'll probably just wait until the automatic timer goes off so that I can get that going. But I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to just starting it right now. If any of you guys know, since I do know that some of you guys know, you can just inform me. Yeah, my FPS does not like the amount of sonobues that are going out. I wish that you could go disable or kill some of the sonobues. Just that, like, you could be like, you know, like, big sonobui. Oh. Alright, speaking of big sonobui and all that kind of stuff, how close are you guys to intercepting? Alright. Yeah, I'm probably just going to tell you guys to go and just start up your interception just like that. Just make sure just that you guys get yourselves on the most optimal track. With Orlan Flight 1, you're perfectly within range. Orlan Flight 2, you're also within range, so I'm not concerned about that. Orlan Flight 5, however, I might go ahead and tell them to go into ceasefire. And mainly because of the fact that they're already going out on... I want them to go out on cruise. Since, I mean, these guys are... How much of a range do these guys have, though? These guys have a range to surface search radar of 120 nautical miles. I'm not overly concerned. They'll get intercepted. They'll intercept as soon as they intercept. Right. Doing very well. What are you doing? Oh, did I tell the wrong group? Okay, that's weird. Ah, okay, no, things are going well. Don't worry about it. Cool. Now we're gonna be going after them with the AA... Actually, I'm gonna... that is kind of annoying. The fact that I don't have... That my overlay doesn't actually have the ability for me to go and see what the incoming ad break. I should invest in a second monitor. That's one of the things that's one of the first things I want to do. Is invest in a second monitor because of the fact that I am running one monitor and I can't actually see what's happening. So, well, I'm going to see you guys after the ad break. In 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Yeah, I mean, it'll help a lot. Oh. I don't know. It says ad is starting soon. Oh, there we go. Okay. You guys should be back. Hopefully. Hopefully you guys are out of the outbreak. We've never been more back. Heck yeah. Alright. Well, that's besides the point. Alright, so we're continuing to. I mean, you guys basically didn't miss much. You guys didn't miss anything at all. We're continuing to go ahead and go out here with our friends here. We're still going ahead and launching a comical amount of sono buoys, as that's the name of the game. Or sono buoy maxing. I really hope that I still want to know, because I just want to know, like, are you actually capable? Are there any guys here that I actually can know? Or is there should be a way here where I can be like, hello, yes, like, here are all the sonar contacts. Be like, yes, yay. Like, sonar contacts. Now I can be like, you know? But no, I have zero idea. Oh, I don't want to spawn in. I don't know where our friend actually is. Or I don't know what our friend is. Or where our friend is. So, well, fortunately, I do not know if I need to continue killing my computer, or whether I can actually not kill my computer. Alright. Alright. We do have a few of these guys getting closer in now. Alright, Orlan 5 flights. This is weird. Why did they do this? Orlan Flight 1, Orlan Flight 3, and Orlan Flight 5. This is like Orlan, yeah, it's just like Orlan 5-1 and 5-2. I don't know. But regardless, these are some active radar homing, so that should help. And getting a little bit higher range for our good old intercept. So these are AA-7C Apex. So of course the early versions of these were the A and B, but these are the modernized versions, which are the C and D. So the D, you might see it or see in the future, but it is the infrared guided version of this. This is the semi-active radar guided version of it. So what you have is that it's honestly pretty similar to the Sparrow, really. It's kind of the Soviet Sparrow analog. Analog is a bit of a strong word to say, but and yeah, analog-ish. One of the analogs, build the same niche. Sure, we'll go with any one of those options. Pick whichever one you like the best. But it has a range of 27 nautical miles, so we're gonna fire them as soon as you get into range. Go well. At least that's my hope. So I did launch 2 of them just in case if something happened. I don't know why something would happen, or I don't know why they would miss. But well, if they do miss, then they have a backup. And if both of them miss, then we'll go in with aphids. And if both of those miss even further, then we'll just go in with guns. And I don't think that I think that will be sufficient. Honestly, I scarcely think that it'll come to that point. But well. I was going to get us to the maximum time, which of course is killing my computer, so I might go ahead and see what I can do to go and up out a little bit. Okay. Hopefully killing, because I had Google open, so. Right. Orlan 2? What are you doing? Please fire? Yeah, you're well within range, so I don't know why you decided not to do anything. Well, my friend, go ahead and get yourselves in. Get yourselves strapped in. Get ready for the events that are coming. Right. I don't know who's going to get into range first here. Oh, we're going to have a lot of people going into range first here. Okay. Oop. Wait. Throwing a semi-active right there. Alright, let's see it. Hey. You're still locked on. Still doing good. Still doing great. There's our little target right over there. Alright. And I can get it back to 1 time speed. Alright. Countermeasures going up, but it does not seem to help him. That's it. He's done for. Oh, well done. Make sure that I'm gonna bring you. Actually, no, you guys can't even go out to help them. So you guys are going straight back to base. Yep, straight back to base with you guys. There's nothing better for you guys to do at this point. You guys go back, and you guys go back. You've successfully shot down an American snooper. Hopefully that means that their capability to go ahead and understand where we are is going to be somewhat reduced. Of course, they have their own carrier and their own E2 Hawkeyes. There we go. Awesome. This group is starting to fire now. You can follow the missile in. See how things proceed with you. Where are you going, my friend? Oh, I wanted to kind of talk about it as that happened. Oh. Alright, so 2 out of the 3 are dead now, which is great. Very good. You guys return back to bed. You also return back to bed. Very well. That leaves just Orlan 5 as our only guys left. Of course, they decided to be a little bit slow. You guys, once again, you have the AN APS 115. So that's a 150 nautical mile range. I'm gonna draw that. I'm gonna draw that out. Circle. You guys haven't detected anything, which is good. The only thing that you guys have detected is probably just my emissions from the... The only thing that you guys have probably detected is my emissions from my P-42, but well, P-42 RLN, but well. You know, the fact that, like, for some of these guys, just when they're loitering, they get special statuses, like, they're an early warning patrol. Because I guess that you're never really loitering, aren't you? I mean, I guess that if I decided to get into... No, not even. But did I break you? No, you're fine. Okay, no, you're good. Okay. I don't want to play with that, though. Because things might break, and I don't like things breaking. Especially not on a unit as important as my eyes in the sky. Quite literally. You know, I might go ahead and bring you even up a little bit further up. Just get you a little bit extra range. I don't think that you need it. I don't know who's going to be coming out here. Did I break you? Well, I hope I do, but well. We'll see how things proceed here. Alright. You guys are going in fairly well at this point. Let's see it. Get the job done here. So they're now within fuel range. So the only thing is, unfortunately, that because of the fact they're intercepting them so far away, we are probably going to have only one shot at it. But well, the previous 2 times we've killed them in 1 shot. So, no. I do wonder if the radar can actually handle launching both of the apexes at the same time. I should test that out. Because I don't think it, it doesn't say it here. All it says is MiG-23A, like his land-based variants. It's, yeah. I'm gonna fire both of them, might as well. Alright. the heck's going on here with these formations? And I want to fire both of you guys right there. I'm also gonna turn on your search radar. Hello? I turned on your air search radar. Did he somehow not detect them? Because if so, that is somewhat strange. Yeah, your altitude is 2,830 feet. I mean, I'm able to see you at this point. Very interesting. I wonder if I need to go and go down a little bit. Since it's currently like looking down, maybe that's kind of the issue. I don't know. Very interesting. Very interesting dynamics that we're dealing with. You're not detectable yet. Good. You should be detectable. There we go. And yes, you can need launch both of them at the same time. Good to know. Oh, well, we have all... Okay, I didn't tell you to launch all 4 of them. Well, yeah, 4 missiles going out on this guy, so hopefully they do well for themselves. Goodness. I can't actually see them. I think that they're over here. I think that there are 2 MiGs. I don't see our missiles coming in yet, so... Let's see. Let's see it from his perspective. Oh, there they are. Well, that's 1. Second one missed. Third one missed. Fourth one probably will also miss, since it just basically blew up the wing, so... Generally, I think that blowing up a wing is not the most predictable flight characteristics. So, I mean, I can't really blame them. Blame those missiles for missing entirely. So, there you go. And there you go. So we have successfully killed their eyes in the sky. So now all that's left is any E2 Hawkeyes they have. And of course, the submarine that they may or may not have. I still do not know if they have a submarine. It is wrong thing I touch. Manipulate this guy. Yes, that's probably also the case. I'm just going to increase the gain on this thing to some absurd degree. Hopefully it'll make sure that it's using it. I do want to go and get this guy. I do want to know... Okay. Wow. I'm honestly quite thinking at this point that there probably is no submarine in the general vicinity / area. I didn't need to... I didn't just go ahead and just manipulate this thing. An active gain of... To a passive gain of 200 and... Yeah, this is a bit of a yikes. This is a little bit of a cheese, but well... There it goes. Apparently the ambient noise is also 97.90. I hope that's not decibels. If that's 97.90 decibels, that is a something. That is most certainly a something. If that is actually the case. Yeah, I mean, if it's 97, I mean, I'd make the most amount of sense. I mean, if it was 97.9, 90 in like decibels, but I mean, still, that is a substantial amount, my friend. Reset parameters. That's nice. Just reset it and it'll go back to normal. I want to see the layer visualization. Well, that's cool. Know that it would actually change the layer visualization. Just like the bottom bounds, like isothermal layer down here. There's purple. I don't know. That is cool. That's cool though. Regardless, you'll have a ton of RGB ones just zooming around. Killing my FPS at the same time. Well, the FPS is something that can be sacrificed, Tavarish Commander. The FPS is acceptable losses. You know, let me go ahead and just go into Task Manager and see if there's anything I can kill. I mean, I don't think there's anything I can kill that would actually help. Telling us. Yeah, no, there's nothing that I can actually kill that would like decrease my memory usage or anything like that. So, and since it comes with the fact that we're dealing with such a big anti-submarines rush, really. Well, see how things go, you know. Things happen. Alright, and we still have nothing here. Nothing. No center context anywhere. I think that it would probably, if I'm not mistaken, if I saw it, it was probably somewhere like near the center here. Ugh. I think I've honestly seen this question before, somewhere. I know that in another stream I've seen somebody ask this question. The thing is that this game is very much so under development still. That's definitely one thing I'd say. So like you have to manage your expectations a little bit. Because one game is, I mean, they're very different. I mean, I play both of them. I like both of them. But Gunner Heat PC has a little more content-based game, I'd say. I mean, the missions that that it comes with are fairly fun. Campaign, it doesn't have a campaign, and of course, there's no real reason to save in the middle of missions. And both of them are still, in early access, so that is something you have to keep in mind. But that was interesting. It just decided to cut out there. Yeah, so it really depends on what you like. I mean, because this game you do have to have patience. Because for Gunner Heat PC, a lot of the missions are going to be about 30 minutes most, like 30, 45 minutes, thereabouts. So, like, usually when I stream it, like, I can get through a few missions in one stream, like 1 2-hour stream. This, of course, as you know. Yeah, I mean, the game is definitely not fully ready. I mean, for example, like, we don't even have the ability to save yet. Which, I mean, they are working very hard on it. They are working very hard on it, mind you. But at the same time, you do have to understand where the game is at this point. It's still very much so in early access, and it feels early access. They're still adding in tons of units. They're still adding in a lot of stuff. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, but yeah, those are both things I'd say, because when it comes down to it, the individual ship AI, I'd say is fairly good when it comes down to it, except for the carriers. The carriers aren't very smart yet, but I'd say that when it comes to things like, yeah, I'd say that when it comes to like individual ship actions and things like that, I'd say it's pretty smart, at least reasonably smart. But you know, I would definitely not say anything about them being especially good at dealing with, as we call it. Yeah, I mean, I think that Comrade basically said all you really need to know, really. Is that the AI is going to get better, but it's still in work in progress. Frame rate's going to get better, still work in progress. When granted, when it came out, there was a ton of memory leaks. I mean, they haven't even been fixing those memory leaks, which is nice. You remember they tried to play this scenario earlier, and I couldn't, and I don't think I even, no, it was the Guam scenario. I don't remember what the Guam scenario is called. Is it just like Guam? But whatever the Guam one was, I remember that for when you're playing Red Side, you have to get your stuff at that specific location. And well, the thing with that, of course, is that I was still going along, and the frame rate was killing me. Frame rate really likes to die. Yeah, I don't actually. Where is our P40, P42? I'm gonna look at our P42. Just go a little bit ahead.
Вас понял. Курс 100.
I might as well.
30.
Especially
8.
since if I'm not mistaken, I don't think they even launched any F-14s yet. I think that some of the yes, I think some of the RGBs are finally dying, which is good. I do want them to start dying. I might go ahead and just add in like the active range. I might just go and just put it to something crazy. Just so that I can, because the main thing is that I hope that you guys do understand the that too. The thing is that if you look at it, I mean, there's still plenty of interesting scenarios it can make, even if it's not real. There are still a lot of things that happened that you can model. I mean, you have, of course, the individual proxy wars, so you can have things like Israel versus Egypt and Syria. You have India versus Pakistan, and you have anything dealing with Vietnam. I mean, that would mainly be like a air to ground scenario, but I mean, still. Uh, I guess you can go and you do Desert Storm. I mean, I do feel like Desert Storm's a little bit kind of outside. All right. No, I'm just gonna get and just really test this out here. I do very much so want to get idea if we actually have any guy over here. Yes, I mean, and even then, you go and you do some fictional scenarios and very interesting situations. So I mean, oh yeah, of course, you also have the. I know that you have like Operation Praying Mantis and that sort of stuff, and you have Operation Prairie Fire as well. Which, if I'm not mistaken, both of those are Blue Force scenarios. It could be interesting to play them from like the Iranian and Libyan perspectives, but the Libyans and the Iranians definitely do have a pretty steep hill to climb. So well, yeah, I just made this guy basically the most powerful Sonobuoy in the land. Yeah, active range of whatever that is. Like gonna increase the gain, but yeah, I do think that this time they've spawned in with no submarine, which is good. That's good, but it's also kind of bad because you do want to kill a submarine, you know. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here. This thing is kind of absurd at this point, but well. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna say that, or unless I can find like a unit, like, is there a way that I can see the unit log? Because the main thing I do want to know, I just simply want to know whether we have it or not. Yes, thank you for identifying as an RGB 1000. Okay, cool. I have no idea what that means. I don't really care about that. Okay. Ah. Oh, would it be underneath AI? Oh, there we go. Yes, okay, so we do not have a submarine, which is good. So, thank you, Comrade, for helping out. So that means I'm going to tell you to stop doing what you're doing now. Go back to base. You can stop killing my FPS by the absolute swarm that we have over here. Thank you, Comrade. You have single-handedly saved my PC from melting down. The only... Oh, you were completely ran out of Sonobuoys. Did everybody here run out of Sonobuoys? You ran out of Sonobuoys. You have 10 still left, but I obviously don't need to do anything more. I'll probably just wait for the hour for them to go ahead and go by. Thank you, Commandant, again, because you really did save my PC here. Alright. Everybody can go back to base, because this massive blue blob is a Sonobuoys. There's just so many Sonobuoys. There's an absurd amount of sono buoys that have dropped. You know, actually, I'm gonna pause. I want to go see exactly how many we have. So this guy is 20. Yeah, let me go pull out a calculator. Do I have a calculator on my desk? No. Okay, I'll just need to use Desmos. All right. Desmos is a great graphing calculator. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna put it out there. One of my favorite applications of all time. I have a few hours every single week on Desmos just solving things. Very useful. Regardless of my love for mathematics. Oh, we completely emptied this one out. That's crazy. Plus 0. Oh, we emptied this one out too, so it was just that one that for some reason had 26 of them left. And then where are the helicopters? The helicopters we have it's 6, so this one is 0. This one is 0. 10. Right. This one has 12. This one has... Oh, do you both have 12? Okay, then we hit 12, 12, and we have 0. Okay, I'll continue going. Just over here, and I'll go ahead and compute exactly how many we have. How many we launched. So I know that you guys have 20. So... And I don't remember how many the P-42s have. If I'm not mistaken, they have 72. You guys have 72 when you guys launch. I'm just gonna take you. I'm gonna go ahead and launch you up. P-42. Load out ASW. That's funny. It has a little clipping there. That's interesting. A little, what's it called? Magnetic anomaly detector behind it. I don't know if I've talked about the magnetic anomaly detectors before. Yeah, okay, yeah, you do need to have 72. Okay. Oh my gosh, that is a lot. We fired a lot of... Right. 2. 34. So we launched a total of 276 sono buoys. Yeah, congratulations. That's probably the reason why my PC is crying. Because we had 276 things that it's trying to do sonar calculations for all at the same time. So, well, congratulations. That's fun. We basically launched the entire reserve of sono buoys. And we are, we're both bankrupting the Soviet Union, and we are killing our PC at the same time. Truly a most blessed situation. But I'm going to tell this guy to go ahead and return back to base. Of course. Okay, so this little thing in the back here, I'm going to tell this guy to go down to 50 feet. Unless you refuse to do so. You refuse to do so. Where are you? Okay, you're over there. You do decrease to... Just tell you to go to 50 feet. Yeah, my PC does not like it whenever I go ahead and do anything relating to time compression. Yeah, you can see here that it sticks out. This is a magnetic anomaly detector. So, submarines are very large chunks of metal. I'll tell him to go back to base so that I don't forget about him. There you go. The submarines, of course, are massive blocks of metal. And any large block of metal will actually cause disruptions in the Earth's magnetic field. So that's actually an issue that they had when they were building early ironclads, that their compasses stopped working because it's a massive chunk of iron that is disrupting the compasses. So that's pretty much the principle of operation for magnetic anomaly detectors. Detect that anomaly in the magnetic field of the Earth and know, hey, there's something big and metal directly underneath me. Of course, it is limited by the fact that it can only detect so much and detect so far away, but well, I almost said happy birthday to myself there. No, it is not your birthday. It's my birthday. But thank you for the birthday announcements. No, we're doing fairly well. So we haven't almost killed our PC trying to find a submarine that didn't actually spawn in. But we are going to invade Hawaii. I zoom in. I'm gonna cry. Oh my gosh. But how many there are? There's hundreds of them. There's 270 of them. There's 276 of them. It's so foul. It is so unbelievably foul. It is not ideal. Well, I don't. Yeah. All right, and of course I just put it to 30 times speed. Hopefully, can get some of these guys landing. As soon as they do any land, I'm gonna go and just get ourselves on a row. Oh, look, we do need to have some of you guys landing. Who's landing right now? Is it? Probably Shuka 4. Oh, no, Shuka 4 just landed. Has to be Shuka 3? 1? Who's landing? Because somebody is currently gonna line up to land. Yeah, we do have you over there as landing. So who is landing? It might be Shuka 2, I think might be the one who's landing. It's Shuka 3, look at this. Very good. No? I don't know who's landing. I really do not. Actually, I'm silly. I can just go to Tbilisi, go ahead and look here, and see who is in the final approach. That's Orlan 1. Orlan 3. Okay, that's who it is. Awesome. That's Orlan 3 over there. Coming in after a fairly successful mission of shooting down. I don't actually know if I want to keep an ongoing combat air patrol. Because I can definitely do that if I so desire. But I don't know if I so desire. Because I don't know how applicable and how useful that will actually be. Especially considering the fact that I don't really have to worry about many Tomcats. So really it would just be intercepting. I think that the AI sends out A6 bombing raids. Because of course, if you're actually going against this fleet, you'd definitely want to go ahead and go with as many harpoons as possible. So I don't think they can actually do a full anti-ship loadout yet, anti-ship raid, but I mean, they do have the capability of at least trying something, which is better than what they did earlier, which is just take it. So they do need to have a few Ticonderoga guys. So let's go to the unit reference. There would be under surface ships, missile cruiser. Where our missile cruiser is. There we go, missile cruiser. And the Aegis cruiser is the Ticonderoga class. So, of course, we don't actually see one yet because we're not able to detect one yet. So I can't show you the actual model yet. But I can take this. You can talk about important features of it. So it has a passive electronically scanned array. So how do I describe PASAs simply? So basically, as you can see here, I'm going to take one of these guys here. I want to choose somebody who has a smallish radar. Okay, I'm going to go take the cannon. So, if I go and turn on our surface search radar. I don't know which one is surface search radar. Are you spinning? And you have to be spinning, but I don't know where you are. Which one is the surface search? You see anything spinning? Oh, there they are. So, in a normal radar set, in a traditional radar set, or a mechanically scanned radar set, in order for it to actually see in multiple directions, it has to physically rotate. This is exactly what the surface search radar set is doing over here, and what that one is doing up there. I'm going to turn off our surface search since we don't need it. However, when it comes to electronically scanned arrays, due to wave interference, so basically, of course, you're going to be emitting electromagnetic waves, which is exactly what radar is, you know? So you're sending out these electromagnetic waves, and the waves will actually be able to interact with one another. So you can constructively interfere them, or you can destructively interfere them. So constructively, it'll going to focus it in one direction, and it'll build on top of one another. Because, of course, waves have their troughs and they have their peaks. So you can go ahead and, with the computer system especially, be able to synchronize that to move it in whatever direction you want. Which is exactly the principles of operation of a passive electronically scanned array. So you can see this here with our missile cruiser, with our Ticonderoga class. You can see that little differently colored patch right there, that is actually the radar. So it's not going to be moving at all, other than, of course, with the ship. So you have a little block here, you're going to have one of them up front here, and you're going to have one on the other side. And, of course, you're going to have one on the other side, just like that. Very nice. Very easily right there. So, with that, with your passive electronically scanned array, you're going to be able to move the radar array very quickly, and you're also going to be able to track multiple different targets at the same time, and be able to direct multiple targets at multiple things, which is really what the Aegis system is very good at. The Aegis system is also, of course, has to use the SM2 MR. So actually, you're going to write a research paper inside of my weapon systems class on the SM2 MR, or just the SM2 in general. I specifically chose the MR because the ER is a little bit different and a little bit special, but well, that's besides the point. But basically, the big thing about the SM2 MR that is really interesting is that it actually has a variety of attack modes. So, or rather, its flight plan is different depending on how close it is to the target. So it's going to initially launch, and it's going to just boost away. So it's going to get far away from the platform that launched it. Then it's going to go ahead and be basically inertially guided into its target. So it's very similar to remote control in essence. So it's going to basically be remote controlled to its target. It's obviously going to be fired in the general area of the target, and then once it gets close enough, it'll be illuminated, and it'll start with semi-active radar homing. How do I describe semi-active radar homing? So basically, the best way to describe the different homing methods for missiles is the following. So for a radio command guided, which is, we have a few of them here. We have where's our cannon class? Here's our cannon class. This system here, this is the radar for it, and this is the missile launcher for it, and of course the magazine for it is underneath even further. This is a radio command guided system. So basically, the radar up there will be sending with the little pads over here. You have one of these guys over here is the little radar that will be telling it here. So that little radar will be communicating to the missiles in flight and telling it, okay, move your fin a little bit to the right, move it a little bit to the left. All right, you're on target. Go ahead and move it a little bit up, a little bit down. You know, it's remote controlled, so it's kind of the radar on board the ship is tracking the missile in flight. And it's telling it where to go like that. The missile doesn't actually have any idea what it is, which is helpful because of the fact that you can make the missile cheaper. Because the missile doesn't have to know where it is. The missile will be told where it is, and it will be told where to go. And of course, the only thing you need at that point is just your radar proximity fuse. You're going to get the fuse armed and tell it when to detonate, and that's pretty much it. So it's very useful when it comes to cost cutting and simplicity, and electronic simplicity. But it doesn't have diminishing returns, especially at far range, because of the fact that the radar can only see so far away at such a resolution. So at very far ranges, you're not going to have enough resolution to actually be able to tell, hey, go up, go down, you're on target, you know? It's going to basically be like, yeah, it's like roughly in this area, just go into that area, but we don't know how close it is, we don't have enough resolution, you know? Just as when you reduce your monitor resolution, you can't really make out what a letter is. Like, you can be like, yeah, it kind of looks like an E, but like that might also be a P, you know? Very similar analogy. Now, when it comes to something like the SAN-7 over here, which is a semi-active radar homing, the way that it works is that the radar on here will be an illuminator. So it's basically like a flashlight, you know, that you're in a dark room, and you have a flashlight that's flashing out its light, you know, illuminating a little bit of the room. And it's going to be illuminated on the target. Of course, if you have a flashlight on your target in a dark room, you're going to be able to see the target, and you're going to be able to get yourself onto where it needs to go, you know? However, you don't actually have the flashlight yourself. And finally, we don't actually have any active radar homing things here, other than, I don't even think we have the AMRAM, so it's outside of the scope, mainly because of the fact that it's very difficult to actually go and do. I mean, you have to go and carry it with you as well, but yeah, for active radar homing, you have your own flashlight, so the missile itself will be sending out its signal, so you're going to find it where it is, and it'll direct itself there, which is good, because you can go and launch multiple of them, since, I mean, the missile will deal with itself, but you also have to have a radar receiver, a radar transmitter, the computer to go ahead and interpret all that. It's a lot it's very costly. But of course, as I said, you can fire multiple of them at the same time, which is very helpful. And of course, you don't have to babysit it. Because once you fire it, it'll deal with itself just like that. Of course, for ships, you have the processing power to go and do whatever you need. So you don't really need to worry about activator homing. But yeah, that's the main thing that the SM-2MR is very good at. It is very good at launching in great volume, starting off with that radio command guidance, that inertial guidance as well. It's a combination of it. You're kind of going in one direction, and as soon as it gets close enough, it'll go into semi-activator homing. Of course, it doesn't need semi-activator homing for the entire time. So what you have is that I really wish that we had it, that we could see it, because I would just point it out to you. But I need to point it out to you just with the image here. You have these little illuminators, these little dish illuminators. You have one of them here, you have one of them here. I think that in total the Ticonderoga has 4 or 6. I'm not too sure with how many it has. But it has a good amount of them. But of course, it'll share them with the missiles that it's firing. And also, with the Aegis system, it'll be able to network with other ships inside of the flotilla. So it can use its illuminators as well. So kind of everybody can go and work together on fleet defense, which is very useful. Very useful at getting as many missiles in the air as possible, so you can target as many targets in as possible, and hopefully shoot them down. Really, the Ticonderoga is really only limited by the fact that its missile launchers are arm launchers. Of course, in modern day Ticonderogas, they're vertical launch systems, just like our... Where's our Sovremeni? No, not Sovremeni. We have our Slavas, rather. Which are basically these vertical launch tubes right over here. So these are vertical launch tubes for the SAN-6. So these aren't actually inside of a block. They're kind of just arranged like this, and they're little circles like that. But I don't know why I decided to speed up when I was talking about it. You also have a few of them in the Orwell. The Orwell might be a better way to describe it. But you have these... There's literally these blocks that are... Well, they're vertical, and they're launch systems, which allows you to get basically ready as many things as possible and fire them without needing to go ahead and have a large mechanical system go ahead and go down, bring the missiles from the magazine, get the missiles onto the rail, warm up the missiles on the rail, and then fire them. You know, that takes time. That takes time to go and do. And of course, you have to orient the missile launcher in the correct direction. With the vertical launch system, you don't have to do any of that. You just do it. Nice. That is nice. Alright, we still have our helicopters going back in. Some of our helicopters have already gone back, though. But some of these guys went really far out. Alright. Now, hopefully you guys got most of that, but, I mean, of course, if any of you guys do have any questions, I mean, both call me out, or if you want to do it, you can do the redeem. And both of those work perfectly fine with me. Alright. So, I'm going to just continue getting this speed us up here, since, I mean, there's not all that much happening right now. We killed all the P3s that were doing some patrols before they could detect our formation, which is nice. But the only thing that we have to do now is just detect their formation. And of course, for our main course of action will be going ahead and using our anti-ship missiles. I want to go and get into range for both our SM-12s and our SM-19s to fire at the same time, because I am kind of concerned about our Aegis cruisers shooting everything down. Not mistaken, they have 2 Aegis cruisers, 2 Oliver Hazard Perrys, and 1 Kid. I think that's their total fleet. So, I mean, they have a pretty hefty air defense network. I think I'm going to go down the list here. The unit reference. I'm going to talk about the Kids for a quick second. So, for those of you unaware, before the Islamic Revolution inside of Iran, the United States and Iran were best buds. Or Persia, I think at that point they were called. They were very best buds. So the United States gave them basically almost anything that they asked for. Just that they got the F-14, which is represented here as F-14. Yep, there you go. You have your F-14 from Iran. You also have F-4Es from Iran. One of these is the Iranian F-4E. Yeah, there you go. I think they also have F-5Es as well. Yeah, so they basically got a good amount of inventory from the United States. And that was not limited just to aircraft. It was also extended to surface ships. If we go to our destroyers here, to our Kid class, this is basically the best I can describe it. It is an export variant of the Ticonderoga. So there's four of them. It's of course the USS Kidd, Callahan, Scott, and Chandler. And these four ships are best described as basically, they're basically downrated Ticonderoga. So of course they have the SM-1MR, so they have a weaker version of the missile, and of course they don't have any of the AEGA stuff, nor do they have anything. They don't have any of the AEGA stuff. So the main issue with the SM-1MR is, of course, is that it's semi-active all the way through, which is not terrible, but it's definitely inferior compared to the SM-2, which can just fire one after the other, after the other, after the other, and you don't have to worry about the number of illuminators you have on the ship, because for most of the time they're not going to be using the illuminators. They can get your fire. So if you have 6 illuminators, you can get fire up like 24 missiles, and then just in the last seconds of the engagement, switch on an illuminator, and then boom. Which, that's something that they haven't been doing. They've been reducing the illuminators on each subsequent class of ships. So from the Ticonderogas, they've been reducing them so that they had 6. And I think that modern day Arleigh Burkes have about 4, I want to say. 4 or 2. Something like that. I think that the new Constellation are going to have 2 as well. Something like that. Also, the new SM-6 missiles that are coming out, I think that some of them have active radar homing variants, so they're not going to need to use illuminators, so that's cool for them. Right, and we just have 1 P-42s left. Except for the fact that somehow this P-42 decided not to return back to base. It's just loitering wherever it decided to loiter. Oh no, you're not super far away? I don't know what you're doing. Whatever you're doing, please get yourself back on carrier deck. I don't know, you're close to the carrier deck, so I don't know what you're doing. Oh, I think that you're going to be going to try to get a little bit further out so you can get a nice there we go. Just need to drink some water there. And we are fleet train. Yes. And I honestly don't care about them then, because I mean, there's no requirement on our part that they have to be with us. So they're kind of there, honestly, just for cosmetics. But well, cosmetics or not, they're just kind of chilling at this point. There are 3 Rapuchas and our 1 Boris Chilkin. I may very well, however, just increase us to... Oh, you're going at 30 knots. I didn't realize I told you to go at 30 knots. Oh. Oh, that might be because of air... That might be because you're performing air operations. That might be it. That might be it. Just increasing the amounts of wind on deck. Oh, no. Not. Well, has everybody gotten into position yet? No. They still want everybody to get into their formation positions. Just because I can. Because the thing is that for some reason, most of the default missions, they come based very clustered together. All the formations are very clustered, in which the thing is that, especially when you're dealing with a harpoon, you're not really going to be able to shoot them all down. So just bringing them all together basically means that they're going to just go after the biggest thing there, which is going to be the Tbilisi, or the Minsk. And if we lose to Tbilisi, we're pretty much sunk for this mission. And we're not going to be in a very good position. And if you lose the Minsk, I mean, we could lose the Minsk, but I mean, that wouldn't look very good. So, ideally, we don't want to lose any ships, but well, you do have to prioritize. That's the unfortunate thing when it comes down to it. In wartime, you're gonna lose ships. This is simply how it's gonna be, especially when you're doing a near peer combat like this, or I guess in this case, peer or a little bit bigger than peer. You are gonna lose ships. So you have to just evaluate what ships can I afford to lose and what ships can I not afford to lose. And well, for us, it's going to be these 2 Cannon class. Cannon class here have been in service for, honestly, at this point, almost 40 years. Like, Genevi's been in service since, like, 1959 or something like that. Now, these are very old ships. I mean, granted, they've been given a second life because they're... Okay, so let me continue to talk about the Genevis. So, the original design of these ships is not this. Originally, these ships were designed as anti-surface units. So they would have no torpedoes. The torpedoes were added in later. They had no surface-to-air missile launcher. That was added in later. And what they instead had was the SSN-1 missile system. The issue with the SSN-1s are numerous. Mainly, it has poor range, it had poor reliability, and the fact that it was, I mean, you can't really fault them all that much because it was the first of its type. This was the first real shipborne anti-ship missile that is actually somewhat large, so they didn't really know the best way to employ it. So what they decided to do was have a big, it almost looks like a shack when you look at it. It's a big shack with a big truss-like missile rail launcher, which is, as some people hate how it looks. This people call it very ugly. I think it looks very retro. It's almost like steampunk, you know, but it's not steampunk. I guess it's like Cold War punk. I guess like very like steel trussy. Um, just and the missiles are going to be fired off from there. The thing is, of course, is that missiles they only had one per launcher per launcher, so it could only fire two at a time. However, each launcher had 8 missiles per, so they would expect it to going to reload each one of them, and then after that, go ahead and fire them again. Which, if I'm not mistaken, it took about 30 minutes for them to reload. So that's kind of tricky, honestly. This is the main reason why all the SSN-1 armed ships were re-equipped, because it was useful. Yes, I mean it was good, but it wasn't that good. It's better than torpedoes, and it's better than just shooting with guns. I mean, when it comes to dealing with any aircraft carriers, but they're very limited ships. They're fundamentally very limited. So, this ship. Well, I mean, the thing is that the Gnevi is also in what's it call it? There's also a specific World War II class called the Gnevi class, which is Project 7, which I actually learned about this because of the fact that I was very dissatisfied with the state of Wikipedia and how they deal with the Soviet Navy. Because they have a lot of, because a lot of the best way I can describe it is that a lot of it's just neglected. A lot of the articles are stubs if it's from the ships, and a lot of them are like the links are broken, and that the links that the pages that they're linking to exist. Just that the person who made the article, or perhaps like the article has changed names or something like that. I'm not too sure exactly what the story behind it is. But regardless of what the story is, the actual results are the same. That the links are broken, and that, for example, I was dealing with a Wikipedia article called "List of Ships of the Soviet Navy," and it basically had for destroyers nothing. And even then, like at the very least, you'd want to have the classes, you know, because like it might be okay, like each individual ship that might be a little bit, you know, like I can understand that, you know, but at least have all the classes of ship. Like that's simple, you know. Like the Wikipedia articles already exist. You just have to write down the thing. So I mean, that's what I've been doing. I mean, for some of those inside my Discord, it should be actually going ahead and plugging my Discord a little bit. So I'm just gonna plug my Discord. Boom, there you go. Or not. Um, okay. Uh, sure. I think that what happened is probably just that because of the fact that I changed it so that it will basically nuke anybody who has posted a link. I think that it might have actually nuked my poor chatbot. I'm sorry, chatbot. I should make sure that you're the moderator privileges. But, well, yeah, that's sad. Let me get you fix this. Oh, so when is the next ad stream? Okay, the next ads are in 2 minutes. Okay, good to know. I'm actually going to send you guys off to the ad while I'm going to fix this up. That seems smart. I'll do that. Can I run it manually? Yes. Alright, I'm going to send you off to the ads. Unless it doesn't want to? Hey, first star! Wait, are we still in the advertisement? You know, we're out of it. Good. Yeah, that's because of the fact that we're running it at 100 times speed. So that is part of the issue. So I mean, yeah, it is choppy on my part too. Right. Yeah, I mean, we're doing well when it comes down to it. Very very pleased with the situation. I mean, thing is, of course, that it takes a little bit of time. This is kind of a little bit of a lengthy mission, but we should have at this point. Yeah, we have all of our. We have all of those guys are dead. What's going on here? Why are we only limited to a certain speed? Somebody doing something. I suppose that there might be somebody still landing on. There might be some air operations still left. No? Is it on the Minsk that we have air operations? No. Interesting. Why are we limited to just 30? 30? Ideally, of course, I'd want to go at least a bit faster than this. Well, maybe the enemy aircraft carriers doing some flight operations? That might be what's going on. Interesting, though.
Вас понял. Курс 100.
But yes, so yeah, I mean, I do need to understand that it is probably going to be a little bit choppy, but well, simply how things proceed, honestly. Many such cases. All right. But you know, I mean, we should have some emotes. We should have some redeems. I mean, of course, I still have to get the redeems and emotes working still. Oh, pardon. They're working right now, but I do not going to get them so they get a few more redeems, probably a few more emotes, but all in good time. I'm listening for active suggestions when it comes to redeems. There we go. Very nice. Alright, hopefully you're done with the... Nope, you're not done yet, so I can't go ahead and put you to 100 times speed. I would like you to go to 100 times speed. Wait, can I drag you? Oh no, I thought for a second that they could drag you. I'm like, wow, you can drag it. Yep. I didn't mean to click... I didn't mean to just get one MiG-29 up in the air. I wanted to get two.
Прибыл на позицию.
I'm gonna tell you to go back to base.
Возвращаюсь на базу.
Just because of the fact that I want to go and get two of them up in the air. In the meantime, I'll go ahead and get you getting with two as soon as that one gets up. I'm probably gonna go and get them to air intercept. And you do have a few of them, so I mean, I think that you could probably go and get at least two squadrons up. Squadrons is the correct word. Two pairs up? Two pairs is probably fine enough.
Вас понял.
Yeah.
Курс 100.
I still do not have any idea where they are or what they're doing. But this guy is probably on the elevator, and I think he just despawned. I don't know where they are. Okay, well that doesn't matter much to me. All that matters to me is that you guys are successfully getting yourselves done and dusted with. There we go. There's our MiG-23 coming in. I would have rated the landing, but I mean, it's kind of a little bit choppy right now, so I can't really see what our good friend is doing. Alright, so we have one of them
Прибыл
launched.
на позицию.
The second pair going up now. Very nice. One's doing some pre-flight checks before he gets up into the air
Прибыл на
himself.
позицию.
Very good. Have you just go kind of onto that perspective. You're going to go over there. I'm going to get both of these guys up to
30.
good speed, good altitude.
Есть занять высоту. 30.
Just, of course, the higher the altitude is, the thinner the air, and the less air resistance it'll get, and all that sort of stuff. And the engines, of course, are usually better optimized at higher altitude, so getting a little bit more range. Of course, I don't know what it could possibly be planning. But I mainly just want a little bit of escorts for airborne early warning aircraft. This, granted, of course, the good thing is with an airborne early warning aircraft is that while it might be alone, it doesn't have a lot of. It doesn't have a very good radar range. But we have the E700, which is 243 nautical miles, which is quite nice. This is the wet eye, but I don't actually see where the wet eye is here. I don't know where it actually is. Might be up in the nose. That's what I'm presuming it probably is. Oh, hi. Hello. Right, well, this is our enemy formation. I mean, you can tell that it's an enemy formation because no civilian ships goes in this close of a formation, this at the same speed, at the same bearing. And that speed is 30 knots. So there you go. We found the enemy. Yeah, I mean, regardless, I mean, even then, I mean, I don't think that they'd usually be going at such a high speed. You know? So, I am going to go ahead and get... Alright, so what am I going to be doing here? Of course, I have no idea what each ship actually is. Hello. Can I move the tactical display? I'm going to increase our... Okay. I just want to go and get a little guy over here, just so they can see how far away they all are. I'm also going to go ahead and get a... over here. I'm going to just get a ruler. Go next to it just in case if the contact fades. That I can be like, hello, yes, you're right there. And you're going in that direction. Just like that. So, what we can do is that we can, at the very least, distinguish large from small. That's all you can really do with radar. Radar is very good at detecting things. Telling you, hey, there's something at this elevation, at this azimuth, at this, you know, at this range. So it's good at getting you range information, good at getting you elevation, good at getting you bearing. What it is not good at is telling you what the thing you're looking at is. So right here, this is all the information we're going to get until we get any emissions from it. So we know its radar cross section is very large, and you know it's a vessel. That's it. I don't know what that means. You know? It could be anything from a liner to a merchant to 21 other things. The only thing that we do know is that it's very large. This one is also large. This one's large, and this one is semi-large. So semi-large could be 15 things, including a few merchant types. This one is very large. We've already looked at that one. This one is large. It could be. There's a lot of things here that it could possibly be, and we don't know what it is. We have no idea what it is. So, really, probably the only way that we're actually going to be able to distinguish what things are is actually just by getting close to them and seeing what they are physically, which is obviously not really an actual viable tactic. You're not going to get that close in to actually see, so... Or, we just launched a few missiles at it, and we record the emissions as they get emitted out. Okay, so this is one... Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ships currently. We have our 6th ship back here. I think that this might be the entire task group here. Of course, we still have a good distance to go until we actually track in. We do have the ability for attack aircraft, both on the Kiev and both on the Minsk over here, and the Tbilisi. We have both of them we're capable of doing. I mean, we have the Yak-28, Yak-38, which would have a strike capability. So we could go ahead and do strike precision. Oh, that's not... Uh-oh. That's concerning.
Вас понял. Курс 335.
I don't know what particularly is happening right now, but it's slowed down to 10. Oh, nope. Go back to 30. That's kind of scary.
Вас понял. Вас понял. Курс.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring these two groups out here, just in case if they decide to go launch anything, that we can at least have some line of defense. Because I know that what I tend to do is act very reactively with my aircraft, and not very proactively. So what I mean by this is the following: is that when it comes to dealing with enemy strikes, I usually detect the strike, then launch everybody up just like that, and I don't have anybody up in the air at that moment. I don't have anybody, especially for a deploy. But thankfully, I know that the only aircraft in the area will be coming from our friend over here. I don't know which one. I don't know which one of these is actually our big friend here. I think that the Ticonderogas and our carrier are the very large. I wonder if it actually would be able to tell us if I go ahead and be like unit reference and surface ships. Like, will it tell us if it's radar cross section is large or what have you? No. Okay. I don't know who or what anything is here over here. I'm not gonna move. I'm gonna keep you right over there.
116.
So these range rings over here are neither missile ranges. So the SSN-19 is the longest range missile that we have, which those are only on the Orwell. When it comes to this, we have 16 missiles, which is not enough, I feel like, to saturate and penetrate the enemy air defenses. So we're gonna hold off with it when it comes to that. Now, I'm holding on when it comes to our SSN-9s. But the Kiev here has 8 SSN-12s, and of course the Slava and the two Slava class, the Czerwona Ukraina and the Marshal Ustinov, they both have 16 missiles apiece. So 16 plus 16 plus 8 plus 16 again. I can't do the mathematics, but that's 16 times 3 plus 8. So that would be... Yes, that would be... What would that be? 56, I want to say. You can check my calculations if necessary, but I think that's 56 missiles, which I don't think that they're going to be able to withstand 56 missiles. And if somehow they do manage to survive, or if there's a few stragglers, then we have two different options. It really depends on what we're dealing with. If we're dealing with something like an Oliver Hazard Perry that's left, or a kid, then I'll probably go ahead and launch an airstrike at it. If we're dealing with something a little bit stronger, like a Ticonderoga, then I'll probably wait until we get in range with our Sovramenis. So, I love these guys. The Sovrameni class is one of my favorites, because it's just a very elegant looking ship. It's the two big guns on each side. You have the big missile launchers. It's a very big, it's a very go big or go home, you know? Just, you want missile launchers? You have your missile launchers. If you want your missiles, you have your missiles. The only thing it doesn't have is it, and the SAN-7 is pretty neat. I mean, you didn't have a lot of these illuminators. I think that these are the illuminators for your... I don't know where the illuminators are for it, but I do know that you have a lot of... Yeah, I think that these little paddle boards are illuminators for our SAN-7s. There's like one paddle board there, one paddle board there. A few more as well. I don't think it's just that, but yeah, you can only see 4 of them. It might just be 4. But yeah, those little paddle boards will go and move out, and they'll go ahead and help track the missiles to their eventual targets. Sub-remedies are very neat. The only thing that they're not good at is sub warfare. They're not very good at against subs. Well, that's not necessarily something appropriate, and even then, I mean, they do need to have their Ka-27, which is used for both for actually over horizon targeting and when it comes to dealing with that. Right. And our route is still like 500 nautical miles. Yeah, I'm not too sure why it's decided to reduce itself to 32 times 30. I really wish that it was not times 30, because at this point, the only thing that I'd want to do is just teleport to a position where either A, the enemy does something, or B, they get within 297 nautical miles of us. Either one of those are perfectly valid options. But, well, as you can see, I'm pressing the increase time button, and it's not doing much of anything. In the meantime, because all these ships have very interesting histories, I should go ahead and look at some of these histories here. Might as well, know a little bit of who we're dealing with here. So I do know that there is indeed a very good website online about the history of the Minsk aviation cruiser. It's wonderful. I mean, I think I put it into my Discord, but I might go and plug the link here as well. The only thing is that unfortunately it is so old of a site that its encoding and its embedding for Cyrillic is actually deprecated. So if you, on any modern operating system, will go ahead and open it up, your browser does not understand what it's looking at, and it'll just give you basically just a series of random text. Just any letter underneath the sun is just going to be just seen, which is not particularly ideal. I don't really like that all that much. So, but I mean, there aren't at the various websites that will be able to basically decode it, quote unquote, and be able to be like, okay, this is how. Yeah, just like you just plug it in and then it'll just read it. But of course, you have to copy paste. And then for me, I personally do not know Russian. I should learn Russian. That makes sense, But well, the only Russian that I know is just anything that I picked up from osmosis, from just reading things and just not having enough time to translate it. I'm like, yeah, okay, that's what it's talking about there, But that's not really learning, is it? It really isn't. So. I should make a dedicated effort to do that, because I know people, because I'm friends with a few Russians and a few Ukrainians, and I think one person from Belarus, and I know that the Ukrainians that I know, that they speak Russian. They don't know Ukrainian, which is interesting, but that's besides the point. And so they know Russian. The Russians that I know Russian, and the. Yeah, that is true. That is true as well. I mean, that's something that I was worried about a little bit. Not, obviously not worried about to an insignificant degree, but obviously not worried about it to a degree that I actually chose to do action on it, since, well, as you can tell, my model is the Soviet sailor, so. But, I mean, yeah, that is true. I even had some DMs and things along those lines, just to kind of just very inflammatory like that, which, I mean, there are some people who are, I don't know. I never really know how to properly deal with those situations. Because, I mean, yeah. But also, regardless, it's a pretty dour situation. We're not going to talk about that. What we're going to talk about, however, is that there are a lot of veteran-owned websites, which I was kind of talking about this a little bit earlier with the page on Minsk, on Kiev specifically. But for a lot of ships, and a lot of classes of ships, and everything like that in between, really, you have a good variety of. Sorry, you don't have any total array because you don't make sense to have it. A total array. So don't have a total array. Got a total. Actually, wait, no. There's no reason for any total array because there's not going to be any sonar. I'm gonna bring you up. I'm gonna just get you on Encom as well. Are you gonna undeploy yourself? I wonder. Regardless, I just turn off all of our active sonars. I can actually just do that here to tell everybody MCON. Nope. Apparently it doesn't work. Okay. I'll just go ahead and just go through MCON just like this manually. So I do know that there are some for the Cresta 2. The Cresta 2 has a very good veteran website. The Cresta 1 I think has a website as well. The Krivek 1 has a website. Usually what happens is that they have one website on one ship. They also talk about everything else in the class. So, got that. I think that there's one for one of the Sverdlovs. I don't remember which one it is. Because I know that you have one of them for. Let me go to the frigates. Where is frigate underneath the roster here? Frigate, there we go. And we go to Krivek 1. I think it's Zadorny. It should be here. Yep, there we go. Zadorny, right, there we go. So Zadorny has a good website. So they talk a lot about stuff, and I really love reading about it because The thing is, it's something different to be like, yes, like this ship was built, this ship was in commission. I should uncompress a little bit while I'm yapping. So this ship was in commission, it went to this place, it did that, but it's something different to gonna have something from some... Oh. That's... That's... That's truly one of... It's truly one of the moments of our time. Okay. I mean, he does seem to be the type of character who likes that kind of stuff. So I mean, yeah, not particularly surprised, but well, that's just the point. So we have. I think that we have most of the enemy task group detected. Yeah, there should be a few more, but well, probably ships are blocking each other, so I don't know particularly how it's going to be going. This guy's probably going to run out of fuel sooner rather than later, but I'm not actually going to... How many eyes and skies do we have here? I'm not all that certain. Nope, this is not the correct one. This is our correct one. We have 3 in total. So, well, we have 3 left, so I'll go ahead. Also, did I go all the active sonars? I want to do that just simply because of the fact that I can. Yeah, okay. Oh, somebody's running back to base. Okay. Turns out that I actually pushed those MiGs a little bit too hard. Oh, uh-oh. With hostile aircraft. What do we have here? Oh, they do even have an E2 Hawkeye up, so that's good. Good for them. They have their own eyes in the sky. So how big of a thing is... I don't know what a GA is. I've never seen that before. But, yeah, so at the earliest now we do know that they have their own... What do we got here? I'm gonna get... Why are you not focusing on our target? There you go. Alright, I'm gonna go and get you a course all the way up there. Once you get on station, I'll go ahead and turn on your radars. There's no reason for me to go and turn them on now. It seems to me that we pushed our poor little MiGs a little bit too hard. I should have them in between, I guess? I'm not too sure, really. Here are our E2 Hawkeye. Well done, Hawkeye. So, as I said, I do not remember... Why are you so low, though? Kind of low for Hawkeye. You should be a lot higher than that. I mean, you should be at least at 37,000 feet. Since that's fully within your capability. So, I don't know what they're doing there, but well... Whatever they want to do, whatever the aircraft wants to do, they can do. They're fully within their right to do so. So, we have the E2C Hawkeye. It says the AN APS 125 with a range of 250 nautical miles. So, once we get within 250 nautical miles of that guy, he'll be able to see us. He'll probably be able to vector in a strike. I couldn't imagine that getting any closer. But hopefully it does mean that since, of course, we are outside of their E2 Hawkeye range, that we'll be able to get within range of our missiles and just fire just like that. Alright. The only thing, of course, is that we're not going to be able to get in close enough to actually shoot him down. So he's going to be able to see our missiles coming in. Which does mean that they're going to get advanced warning of the missiles coming in. But we're also going to be firing 56 missiles at them. And these are 56 fairly strong missiles and very tricky missiles. Because they have their own onboard electronic countermeasures, they dodge, and they have complex grouping behavior. So these are very top of the line and sophisticated units. You see the rest of the entire formation down there. Oh, enemy there. All right. And how far away are we? So we're 493 nautical miles away. Okay. Thanks, Data. I completely forgot to drink. There we go. All right. So, yeah, so we're... This guy's probably going to be running out of fuel by the time that the the guy coming in to relieve him comes in, so should go well. Should go well.
Вас понял. Вас понял. Курс 127.
Yeah, I do not know what these very large radar cars are. I think that I don't know. I kind of find that it would make a little bit more sense that for something like an aircraft carrier that would be a little bit more than just very large, like extremely large, maybe would make sense to me. Well, I don't know. When it comes to the aircraft carrier, though, I do know that from our mission briefing, which I think that we saw it here. Okay, no, mission briefing, we can't go back to it. If I'm not mistaken, it is the USS the Carl Vincent or something like that. Let's go to our carriers. Where is our carriers here? I am blind. Aircraft carrier. I'm completely missing it. Where is it? Aircraft carrier. There we go. Alright. You are a... Are you a Kitty Hawk? Oh, who are you, actually? Unless you're a stand-in. I mean, I think it would probably be a Nimitz. I mean, if we're not a if it's not running up a Nimitz, then I'd be kind of surprised, honestly. Maybe we could go ahead and see like the squadron based off the E2C. All right. Oh, there you go. It just says it right there. This is Nimitz's aircraft. Okay. So it's just a Nimitz as a stand-in, which is fair enough. I mean, you know, makes sense. We have a Nimitz. We have a few all-hazard parries, two Ticonderogas. So at this point, if we actually were still within range of the Soviet Union, though, at this point we are how far away from the Soviet coast? You'd think that this peninsula over here has nothing, but in fact, there's actually right over here-ish, I want to say, probably inside of this bay itself, is actually the major base of the Soviet Pacific Fleet and nowadays the Russian Pacific Fleet's ballistic missile submarines. So this is where they operate from. Mainly just so that they don't have to go cross through the strait right over here with the Kuril Islands and all that. They're just right there, and that's where they patrol from. So at this point, I think that most of these here would just be... I don't actually know who's over here at this point. I think it would mainly just be deltas. Most of the Typhoons are probably in the Northern Fleet. I do know that of course that they didn't get some Gulfs. This island over here is Sakhalin, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, yes, this island over here is Sakhalin. I think that this is the... Yeah, that's the Chamchatka Peninsula. Yeah, okay, good. So, yeah, so you just have the Chamchatka Peninsula kind of just chilling out over here. And I think it would be Petropavlovsk Bay, something like that, is the specific base. Yeah. Yes, I mean, it is a pretty extreme, honestly. It is... Yeah, it was codenamed Petropavlovsk Kamchatsky 54. It's fair enough. And yeah, it is, yeah, that sounds about right. The site is remote, and in winter could only be reached by boat, helicopter, and sled. A sledge. There, yeah, that is that seems not fun. It does not seem very fun. So, I mean, that's kind of generally the entire situation here. It is. I've heard from one person. I remember that I was talking with somebody from a book, somebody who basically walked around the entire world or something like that, or walked a good part of it, and he said Vladivostok was one of the most depressing places I've ever been to. I hated it, and you know what? It honestly sounds like if it's a very grim, gray place as far as I understand it. I mean, not particularly a very fun location, but well, you go where you're deployed. If you're deployed to Vladivostok because that's where you need to go, then well, that's where you need to go. Just like for everybody who's deployed into Alaska or anywhere up in the Arctic, you know, or in North Sea, just those aren't particularly very hospitable places. But well, you go where you need to go, and if that is where you need to go, then that's where you need to go. All right. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ships currently that we have located. You might go and see a few more as things progress, but well. We also have we also have you all the way over here. What are you doing all the way over there? That's weird. I'm actually very curious. What is that all the way back over there? Because it shouldn't be all the way back over there. And so I mean, like, the carrier's right here and all that. So why is there some guy all the way over there? Let me make sure I'm not paused and all. Fast as we can. Guy all the way over here. You're like a fleet train? An oiler? Where are you? What? Huh? What are you doing? Huh? Pardon? Why are you going... Why are you going backwards? What? What is the AI doing here? This is new. You're supposed to be with the rest of your group, you know? Like, protecting... I mean, that would make sense if it was going backwards, but... Going forwards, but backwards. What? What are you doing? Pardon? Excuse me? Hello? Yeah, no wonder... What are you doing? You're supposed to be with everybody else. And you're definitely not supposed to be behind the aircraft carrier. You're out of range to do any help. So... Okay. Alright. If you want to. Alright, that's new. I guess they're not going to be having any... This is the USS... This is one of the kit class. What class? What kit class is this one? DDG 996. What is that here? Oh, no, I gotta go to unit reference somehow. Unit reference. DDG 996. Go to destroyers here. Destroyers... Kit class. DDG 996. This is USS Chandler. So... I feel like if the captain of the USS Chandler is going to get court-martialed, but honestly, what even is there to court-martial? It looks like if this guy's brain is melted entirely and it is adrift going backwards at 5 knots. I am beyond confused, quite frankly. I unfortunately might need to report. I don't even know what to report this to the devs as. Like, I don't know. How do you describe this? You know? What is this guy doing? Yeah, evidently they're drunk. I've never seen this before. So, go for it, USS Kid. Have fun with that. Oh, USS Chandler, rather. have fun with that. So that means that we have 2 Ticos here. 2 Parries, if I'm not mistaken. And then we have... Interesting. Who are the other guys then? Because I know that we have 2 Ticos and 2 Oliver Hazard Parries. You come with a fleet train yourself. Is that like a fleet train right over there? I don't know what... Alright, oh, and I went underneath the water now. Hopefully I didn't go too far under. No, we're still fine. The only reason why our frames are this bad is simply because like we're going at 30 speed. But, oh, if we got anything other than 30 speed, it's going to take a few hours at least. Okay, that's a Tico. Oh, right. Don't we also have the USS Iowa as well? Yeah, we do have the Iowa. Okay. Or, that might not be the Iowa. I don't remember. Does anybody know what the hull number for Iowa is? Oh, thanks for following, Rick Center. You know, I do not know what the hull number for Iowa is. Let's see. Iowa. This would be under Battleship. Iowa class. 64 is Wisconsin. So I've been to the US Iowa herself, if I'm not mistaken. I have not gone to Missouri, New Jersey, or Wisconsin yet. I think that New Jersey is in New Jersey. I don't know where Missouri is. I'm gonna say that I know that there's one of them at Pearl Harbor. If I'm not mistaken. I don't remember. I don't know what. Does anybody know where all the Iowa classes are located currently nowadays? Let's search up that information. Because I know that I've seen a few of the South Dakotas. I know that I've seen, because I know there's USS Massachusetts and USS Alabama. And yeah, so those are both South Dakota class. So those are preserved. I don't remember. Is it? I don't think that I've seen any of the North Dakota, well, North Carolina. I don't think is North Carolina preserved still. Yes, North Carolina is still preserved. Of course, you have the South Dakota, and we have the Iowas. The Iowas currently. That's sick. But did we decrease our speed? You know, so we're basically just going to be closing in at this point. We have this big band of ranges over here. Is our I don't know how wide this actually is. That is not what I was looking for. Okay, careful, don't accidentally delete the wrong thing. Okay, that is 12 nautical miles. So we have like a 12 nautical mile window there. But you know, I'm not going to be firing our SSN-19s yet because I am concerned that if we fire our SSN-19s right now, all 16 of them are going to go in, and all 16 of them are going to get shot down. And the shot down missile here, we don't have enough missile to actually fully saturate them to the point that they're just going to run out of missiles entirely. So, our only option here is just sending enough through that they can't shoot them all down fast enough. So, we're going to have 56 heavy missiles that are going to be coming in from our Teuslava class. We have Czerwona Ukraina and the Marshal Ustinov alongside the Minsk up here. Very, very nice ships, but, well, yeah. I'm not all that confident in their ability to do much about the fact that we're going to be here. The only thing that I can say is that they might still detect this because of the fact that we have... We're still kind of a little bit of a tight formation when it comes down to it. Oh wow, thanks for the subscription, Soup God! I should have a special sound for that. Well, that's besides the point. Alright. Also, do want to go and make sure, because I should have the tally little guy here going ahead and going with the funny guy, but, well, we do have a Discord, so if you want to get and join that, as you deem necessary. I post on ships, I go and talk about future things that are going to be happening, take scenario recommendations, all that kind of really when it comes down to it. So, of course, this is a base game scenario, otherwise, that's part of the main reason why I dislike it, because everybody's kind of all in this big blob. It's a big blob of ships versus a big blob of ships. And this is not at all standard U.S. operating procedure. They would be having, this thing would be 100 nautical miles wide on every single direction. This is mainly because of the fact that if you're in a big block like this, you're not going to be able to defend yourself. You're not going to be able to shoot down everything here, and basically everything here is going to get destroyed. You can get your, I know that there's one guy who is a YouTuber, who is a former Oliver Hazard Perry class officer. I don't know exactly what his role was inside of the ship, but he's a former sailor. That's one thing that I really do love about this game, is that it brings a lot of former sailors inside of the same group together, and gets a lot of them talking. As you might be able to tell from my voice, I am not a former sailor. I mean, I'm friends with a lot of sailors, or I'm soon to be sailors, and in progress to be sailors. I'm not really too sure. I'm not too sure exactly the proper. I'd say that they're officers to be in the United States Navy. That sounds like if they're not actually accepted yet. I know people in the Naval Academy and ROTCs and various ROTC groups. Very nice chaps. I didn't realize I was slightly off center here with my actual thing there. I'm going to move us a little bit,
20.
change the course a little bit just so that we're just going straight ahead. I mean, there's no reason for us to go anywhere else. Yeah. And if I was in their situation, I would definitely launch a big flight of A6s, as many A6s as possible, hit them as hard as I can I mean, go for it, honestly. And of course, weigh your choices and all that. I mean, put some thought into it because I don't want you to get any regret. But I mean, you can do so as you want. And all of my friends in the Navy have nothing but positive things to say about it, really. And I mean, to be fair, if you're volunteering for the Navy and you dislike it, then it's kind of like, really? I mean, it's also fair, though, because, I mean, some people sign up not knowing exactly what they're getting into. And once they know what they're getting into, what they're getting... Yeah, you know, I think that's probably what's actually happening here. That's kind of frustrating us, is the fact that our little kid... Where is our kid? Here's our kid. For those of you who just came in, I don't know what on earth happened to this poor kid. I guess it's suffering from an engineering casualty or something. I guess that's going to be the in-lore reason. And I don't think that the kids are necessarily very mechanically unreliable ships. I think, honestly, they'll probably be one of the more reliable ships. But I mean, another aircraft. Oh, that's a helicopter. Or starting to pick up our helicopters now. We have, unfortunately, where is our kid? Oh, I should go and teleport to our E2 QC. There we go. And I gotta go back further down here. I'm probably gonna go and use the Suffer Many class to go and destroy this guy. That or an airstrike. I don't know which one. Depends, honestly. It depends. But... Ooh, that is really cool. You know, I've seen a few of... When it comes to, like, active service, I have a few more ESN contacts. I think that's another... I completely went by our... This is Chandler here. You know, I don't know what this guy's doing. He's a little bit special right now. This is USS Chandler, a Kidd-class destroyer of the United States Navy, and he is currently going at the brisk pace of 5 knots, backing up into the fight, leaving everybody else inside of his formation behind. I've never seen this before because I've played the scenario before, and yeah, no, I don't know what he's doing. This should not be happening, but the AI is broken. And it's also, I think it's broken on actually trying to launch up this helicopter. And because of the fact it's stuck launching up that helicopter, we are stuck on going at 30 times speed. Because that's the minimum for aviation and all that stuff. Which is extremely frustrating. And he's also radiating as well? What is he doing? What is this guy doing? I'm very confused here. Because he's radiating. He's going backwards. He's trying to launch a helicopter, and that helicopter's been warming up for the past 30 minutes. So I think that poor helicopter, all of his fuel is probably gone at this point. I don't know what to tell you about that one here. That's a special case with you. I mean, we'll deal with you eventually, but for now, For now, there's not all that much I can do with you. Alright. Pardon for the yawn. So, we just have this guy up here. I think that we've seen pretty much almost everybody here. I can get him a little bit more on the center line here because he's just not perfectly centered.
56, 6,
Well, so now it's time to go up a little bit higher
40, Дея,
because I can.
1000.
You know, as you're going, you take a circle around our E2C and bring it up to 250 nautical miles. Yep, that sounds about right. Good. Because, of course, I do want to make sure that... Because I do want to know when they detect us. Which, when they detect us, they're going to be 250 nautical miles away from this E2C. So, once they do get inside of the 250 nautical miles, I should expect and should probably launch up a few aircraft. I presume that I can't actually launch aircraft... Oh, I also should keep that in mind. I presume I can't actually launch aircraft and launch the missiles at the same time. Since, I mean, if we go back to our RL, as you can see, the missiles are pretty much right in between the two catapults. So, considering that aircraft do have a wingspan, like, I feel like if like this bank of missiles and this bank of missiles would probably get hit. So, not particularly very pleasant if you want to get that done. But, well. Yeah, okay, one of the things that I'm kind of dissatisfied about is, I mean, it's just something they're actively working on. So I mean, like, I could say and complain about it, but like, you know, like if somebody already knows and is already working on it, can you really complain about it? I don't know. Regardless, the carrier AI is a little bit primitive. It's definitely not a very uh, strong situation. Well, that's beside the point. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and I gotta go to the bathroom, and I'm also getting a phone call since, of course, it is my birthday. So I have family members coming in to call in. So I'm gonna go ahead and start the ad. Can I start? Yeah. I'm gonna start the ads right now, and I'll go and catch you guys back on the other side. Alright. And let me go ahead and get that set up. Hopefully you guys do understand. But it did take a little bit longer than I expected, so I thought that I would get back within those 3 minutes, but well. Evidently, I was not fast enough. I was not fast enough. Alright. Right. And the only thing I gotta do now is fix my sources, wherever that is. I'm very blind. I am incredibly blind, even. There we go. I'm back. Alright, so situation should not have changed. And unsurprisingly, it has not. In a few minutes, so I'm going to speed us back up to the maximum speed that we can, which is 30. At this point, they are pretty much nearing into SN19 range, so if I wanted to fire some of those, then I could. But, of course, I do not want to fire those yet. Mainly because of the fact that Oh, that is not good. Okay, I don't want to do that. Alright. It is. Mainly, we're going to be getting into SS19 range. Pretty soon, honestly. I mean, we're not too far. The SS19 is... Because I know that I kind of drew these range lines a little bit haphazardly. But what is the exact range on these guys? 378 nautical miles. Okay. Where is my line for this guy here? 378. So this is actually a little bit too big. There we go. Perfectly just like that. I'm also going to adjust these range lines as well, wherever I put them. I think it should be 120... 200... No, that's not... Dana... Is... SSM12... 297. Alright, so this one just going to go up there. 297. Just like, there we go. And the last one I think is all the way down here. There we go. Okay. Now our range lines are, I think that our range lines for our seven minis, I'll just fix those on the fly. So if I'm not mistaken, it is 135. So this one's a little bit much. 130, 134.4. This one goes up a little further. Of course, the harpoon range for the surface launch in this game is 60 nautical miles, and the one for the air launch is 120. Which I don't know if I fully agree with the fact that by air launching it, you get an entire doubling of range. A little bit excessive to me, but well, especially since, as far as I understand it, it'll basically dive directly down to the ground. So as soon as it launches up, something I do want to be careful of is that I do know we have the so I think that we have the Ticos. Yeah, we could do 2 Ticos, OHPs, Nimitz, Iowa. All right. See you, Meb. Thanks for coming out. So we have, so who are the other creatures that we have? You know we have the kid back there. You have 2 kids? Or what is the actual... I have another E2 Hawkeye up. That's fun. Hello, second E2 Hawkeye. Unfortunately, or fortunately for them, well, fortunately for us rather, they have not actually spread out these Hawkeyes all that much. Which they should. Should have one of them like here, and one of them like here, so it doesn't betray the location of the formation. And it also just kind of gives them the maximum, because right now they're basically, I mean, if you look at the 2 circles or the radar coverage of the 2 Hawkeyes, it is basically the same circle, which makes you wonder, why do you even have the second Hawkeye out there to begin with? You know? So yeah, I can deal with some adjustments, but adjustments aside, how things really proceed. Alright, so... I'm still shaking in my head at this useless Chandler of the kid class. He's just messing around back there. Very foolishly messing around. Alright, so everybody's now inside of SS19 range, which, if I did want to go fire the SS19, just by itself, yeah, sure, I could start firing now. But am I all that? But I don't want to. I don't have as much faith in these ships, in these missiles, as I possibly should. But, well, I'm far more concerned with the fact that they're just going to completely saturate it. So we have a range of approximately another 81 nautical miles until it gets inside of the last SN12 range. And once you do that, we're going to fire everything. I mean, might as well. 56 missiles. Because they have been, they have two Ticos, two Oliver Hazard Parries. I don't know if they have two kids as well. I mean, let me check. I mean, I don't think that my plan of action is really going to change all that much, considering that I do know that they have Aegis cruisers escorting them. Is this a sprue can? Okay, they have one sprue can. I'm not gonna. It's the sprue can isn't really gonna do all that much. Okay. Because my assessment of the Room 7 when it comes down to situations like these is not very favorable. I don't think that the Room 7 has some capability, some use cases. But when I say all that much, I'm leaning towards no. Experience is something that I am very critical of. Now, I generally like most American ships, but the Spruance is one that I dislike. Because you have this very big ship, but you don't have any air defenses to protect it. So I don't know that you can be like, oh, come on, like, you know, like, really? It's an anti-submarine ship. That's what it's meant to be to do, you know, like, really? But the thing is, when you're dealing with a navy, like the Soviet Navy, that is known to have tons and tons of Charlie 1s, Charlie 2s, that are going to be going out in tactical roles, alongside strategic roles, and you're going out there with a submarine, going out there on submarine patrol, and you want to kill submarines, you need to be able to protect yourself from any weapons that the submarines throw at you, you know? Or at least be able to deal with them, you know? I mean, obviously you can't really deal with a torpedo very well, other than just getting out of its way. So, I mean, that's that. And these guys are fast. I mean, it's not really all that difficult from that perspective. And I mean, you have all the weapons that you have inside the arsenal. I mean, you have plenty of helicopters. You have the Azrock. You have whole launched, whole mounted Mark 46s. I mean, you have all that. But when it comes to self-defense, especially against a Charlie 2 or Charlie 1, I don't really know if a Room 7 can cut it. Like, the Oliver Hazard Parry has a single arm bandit to protect itself. I don't know. It rubbed me the wrong way. When the Spruance class has less air defense than a frigate, you know? Like, I don't know where there is space inside of the design granted for it. I'm not gonna. I don't really know how to redesign the Spruance so it can accept something like a single arm bandit to get just draw a few standard missiles to protect itself. But all I know is the Rim 7 and the Phalanx combination. I'm not all that confident about it. You know? But so we're continuing to go ahead and just let them continue steaming. This is very much a waiting game. They're just waiting for things to happen. Because you're not gonna be you might detect us as soon as we detect you. But they might detect us as soon as we move you back a little bit. Because I don't know what the range is on those SM2 MRs. I think the range on the SM2 MR is like 20 nautical miles? Let's see. Let's see this here. Missile Cruiser. Missile Cruiser. I'm going to go to Ticonderoga class. SM2 MR. We're looking at 40 nautical miles. Okay. So I'm going to... What is 40 nautical? I'm going to draw a little circle around our AWACS. It is 40 nautical miles across. And if we have anybody inside of that range, then we know that we might get shot down by 40 nautical miles. We're closer. Get closer in still. Okay. Let me adjust this here. Let's see, little. We can move it so it to run away from us. There you go. Wonderful. We can. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave him here because I mean, there's no reason for us to get any closer. I mean, we have everybody inside of this formation noted. Granted, of course, if the AI was a little bit better, then it would probably go near throw up a pair of time cuts and shoot this thing down. But since I don't even have any I don't have any floggers up to get protect it. I should get a few floggers up. I'm gonna get a few floggers up. I'm gonna get 2 pairs of floggers. I want them on air-to-air intercept. I want. That seems good. I'm going to launch 4 pairs of floggers, specifically because of the fact that I do know that, at the very least, what will happen is that when I do get detected, and if they do decide that I'm hostile, and whether they'll decide if I'm hostile, I'm not too sure whether they'll actually do that or not. But, well, we'll see. Regardless, if they do decide I'm hostile, and decide to go ahead and send a few missiles our way, or rather, just send a few A6s at our way, I don't think that you can really call an A6 a missile. You know? Like something like an F-104, that goes Mach 2 and looks like that, I can call that a manned missile. The A6 is more like a manned whale. Yeah, I wouldn't call it a missile by any means, but it does carry a decent amount of them. And 4 harpoons is pretty decent in my book. So, I do want to go and get these guys out, probably around 200 nautical miles away from the carrier, and just get them ready to go and smash anything that comes through. So, I'm gonna get these guys up. So we have order on 1. So these guys are already gonna be getting on the catapults, as the next 2 flights are gonna be going up. Very nice. I'll put you guys maybe like here. Hello. Okay, you don't want to actually go ahead and get yourself done yet. Doing your pre-flight checks. There you go. Have fun. And then you guys up there. You have to go up to 37,000 feet. Alright. Very nice. And just at a very brisk pace. They don't have to go up very quickly. You have that pair going up. Of course, I very much doubt that they're going to be able to do anything like a multi-axis attack or something like that. And regardless, I mean, we have this AWACS up here anyway, so you're going to be able to detect it. So I'm not all that... So I don't think that they're really going to be doing anything like that. Alright. I have a few more helicopters kind of just meandering around in that direction. Alright, and then we have our last pair that is getting up right now. Allow them to go and get themselves up to 37,000 feet. Now, the MiG-23 is actually not that bad as an interceptor. Because, let me go ahead and pull up the unit reference. Nope, I can't click on them and get the unit reference. I need to get the unit reference this way. So, when you go to the aircraft, and if we go to interceptor, the PVO, or PVO, which is the Soviet Air Defense Forces, which, in the Soviet organization of forces, is actually its own separate branch of the military. So, equivalent to the Navy, equivalent to the Army, equivalent to the frontline aviation, they have the Air Defense Forces, which is control of all the surface air missiles for strategic purposes. The Army controls the surface air missiles for more tactical purposes. So, in like shore ride especially, like the OSA, the SA-8, or things like the SA-11, the SA-6. All those systems are Army systems, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, yes, they are. However, and the SA-4 as well. And the SA-11 has a lot more variations now. It just continue to iterate on it. So like, something like SA-21, if I'm not mistaken, is like the modernized version of it. Something like that. You can correct me. You can correct me as necessary, because I don't have it pulled up right here, and I don't remember anything. Honestly, I don't remember anything above SA-12 by memory. Like, I don't remember what the SA-13 is, for example. I can shift it up. SA-13 is... Oh, the SA-13 is a Strela 10. What's the SA-12 then? Oh, the SA-12 is the... That's the S-300V. Pretty sure it's the S-300V. Yeah, it is the SA-12. Okay. S-300V is the SA-12. Good to know. But yes, regardless, back on what I was trying to say. So, of course, the Air Defense Force also is in control of all the interceptor forces. So anything, this is the MiG-25, the Tu-128, the Su-15, Su-11, Yak-28P, the MiG-20, the MiG-31, until, of course, in the modern day Russian Air Force, it absorbed all of the air defense interceptors. So that's kind of how that's proceeded. But when it comes to manned interceptors, you have the Su-12, which is, honestly, I think it's underrated. Because I would say it's a real backbone for the air defense forces. Because, well, the Tu-128 is kind of special unit, especially inside of the more remote parts of the eastern part, more remote east of the country. It's kind of acting as its own independent AWACS, radar acquisition, and pretty much almost everything all in one aircraft. One big, massive piece of an aircraft. And, yeah, the MiG-25 is your very fast and kind of high-end unit. I mean, for most of the kind of mid-tier roles, you have mid-tier to low-tier roles, you have the Su-15 as what you're going to be looking to. The Su-15, of course, it's modernized variant. Modernized is not the correct word. I guess modernized? Because they switched the radar out to be the Typhoon radar, which is a little bit of downscale of what you have for the MiG-25. So this is the Su-15 Sanskrit. It has itself the RP-15 right over here, which is not terrible, but it's not great by any means. And the thing is with the Su-15 is it's really meant to be used inside of the air defense network. So it kind of anticipates that it's going to be told where to go, and once it gets to where it needs to go, it'll be able to handle it from there. But I personally really like interceptor forces. I know that there's a lot of romanticism about being a fighter pilot, you know, going out there dogfighting with the enemy, putting missiles to forehead, and just like that, you know. But honestly, I'd love to be an interceptor pilot. Just being told exactly where to go, very strict, very exact, very precise. I mean, most of it has to be done by computers because otherwise you're not going to be able to do it. Because you might think, hey, like most of the targets are they're slower than you know, like is it really all that bad? But by the time it takes for you to turn, by the time it takes for you to go and get back up to altitude, and by the time it gets you back into missile lock range, like especially with these early systems, especially with early systems like the F-106 for the United States, just use the AIM-4 Falcon. You gotta be very precise when it comes to actually getting it into the correct position. Well, I mean, that's pretty much almost everybody, really, when it comes down to it. Is that everybody will go and intercept enemy surveillance aircraft and patrol aircraft as they get close to their borders. And the United States does it, Russia does it, I mean, China does it. I mean, it's basically saying, like, hey, like, you're out there, and in case if anything push comes to shove, we'll be able to deal with you, you know? We have an eye on you, in other words. So, I mean, as I said there, I mean, they're fully within their right to do so as long as they can take the stuff safely, according to the international regulations and norms and all that. Which they typically do. And obviously there's some notable incidents from both sides of times where they don't do a professional intercept and they just go and just kind of endanger both themselves and the enemy. But, well, that's besides the point, really. Yeah, the main issue with the Su-15 is that you don't actually have a very good look-down and shoot-down radar when it comes to actually acquiring targets. This is an issue. That is a very big issue when it comes down to it, because increasingly as you get from the 1970s and 1980s, the threat vector will be coming from high altitude to medium altitude bombers coming in, or cruise missiles, to very low altitude penetration both bombers and cruise missiles. So the Su-15 kind of loses its purpose, and you're going to see that it gradually gets reduced in as both a total number and as a share of the PVO's air force to decrease and decrease and decrease. Which, of course, the main thing that they use to go highlight with that would need be the MiG-31, which is basically combines most of the purposes of the other PVO fighters into one dedicated unit. It has the airspace, it has the range, and it has the radar capacity. You can replace a Tu-128. It has the speed, you can replace the MiG-25. And it has a look-down, shoot-down capability to replace the MiG-23P, which is not in the game. And honestly, you probably wouldn't need to do all that much to get it into the game. Probably all you need to do is just go to delete the internal cannon, since you're going to be deleting the internal cannon, maybe a little bit of avionics updates. I don't think that I don't think that they have the big countermeasure blocks like they have on here, but yeah. So the MiG-23 became a very big part of the PVO, which is interesting. Oh, we can actually increase our speed a little bit. I didn't realize that. Should have done so. Alright, we should be getting in pretty close now to SSN-12 range. Unfortunately, we have this guy over here. I think this is probably our Minsk. Probably Minsk over here. And then these two are the two Slava class. So, I do want to get everybody inside of the bubble. So, as soon as everybody from the enemy formation is inside of our bubble here, then we'll be ready to go. Yeah, we have these guys coming over here. I'm just going to put them right over there. Just also going to bring back our AWACS a little bit behind our fighters, just in case. Dude, I don't think there's much of a just in case scenario. I very much doubt that there's going to be anything bad that's going to happen to it. I mean, I don't know why they choose now all of a sudden to going to be the time that they're going to actually deal with it. Well, that's beside the point. All right. And then we have poor, I'm probably going to just deal with this guy from airstrikes, because, I mean, I was saying earlier that I could possibly going to shoot him down with a take him out with a Sovereign. The main issue that I have is just that since he's currently bugged and he's trying to launch a helicopter and for some reason he can't, and he's going backwards, and I don't know, like everybody else here is doing, what you'd expect, just that they're going at the speed that they're dictated at, they're going in the formation they're dictated at, and they're launching aircraft and helicopters as they need to, like they're doing everything they need to. Yeah. And then you just have this Chandler over here, just doing whatever the heck it wants. I don't know what it's doing. This is going at 5 knots all the way back here. It's a disaster. It is truly a disaster. I mean, it's good for us since, I mean, he's going to be completely out of range, so it's not like if he's going to be able to do anything to the missile that's going to be coming in. And obviously, the key class isn't the best when it comes to air defense and all that, but I mean, that's kind of its main purpose. So I mean, it is pretty good at it. So, I mean, it's not the best in U.S. inventory. That's what I meant to say earlier. I mean, obviously, the Ticonderoga is the best, but I mean, honestly, comparing anything Aegis cruiser compared to anything previous inside the inventory is kind of like, why are you making the comparison? Honestly, because it is obvious that the Aegis cruiser is going to be better. So. The only thing that I could possibly say is that because of the arm launcher, and I mentioned the arm launcher, it can't fire the SM-2 ER. So, I mean, that's going to be a bit of a tricky situation. But, well. Alright. We can continue to get this guy coming in here. Alright. Let's see this here. It's just kind of waiting at this point, really. Ooh, and now it's, I was gonna say that I'd go ahead and start researching a little bit about some of these classes over here, but I don't actually have that capability yet. Well, it's not that I don't have the capability. It's more so that I'm gonna be putting warheads to foreheads, or at least launching warheads. You can start putting them on foreheads sooner rather than later. So, well, and I want to get and keep things looking here. All right. But they're gonna be getting close to SSN-12 range. This is great. I'm very much looking forward to it. And yeah, they're probably gonna be detecting a two alien class. We have the Gnevi and the Kremayachi. Yeah, I think it's Kremayachi. Kremayachi. There we go. Kind of died there for a second. Yep. I gotta drink some more water. I'm gonna make the hydrate react a little bit. Like, it's currently at 100 by default because I kind of just took the one that was in Twitch by default. I go ahead and go decrease the cost so that more people can use it. I'll determine that as necessary, honestly. Alright. Now we're just gotta wait for... Oh, thanks for the pasta there. As very much a shrimp backed. This is nice. No, something that I really want to get to see in the future. And I mean, obviously I can say, like, yeah, I want to have this and yeah, I want to have that, but I mean, like, it does take time and it does take effort and I do understand that. So, I mean, like, if any dev is watching this for some reason afterwards and it's like, has somehow gotten to this point instead of the bot or in the stream, and I'm just like, yes, I do understand that you're working. And yes, I do understand that you intend to add them in. But I'm just saying that I'm eager for when it comes. But the Kotlin class is probably one of my favorite classes, really. Just, I mean, they're a very versatile hold. I mean, they're very long serving holds as well. They got laid down in 1956, and they only really started getting decommissioned in 1985, that kind of era. I mean, that is a long time for a ship to be in service, especially since it's just a destroyer class. I mean, some of them were not modernized, and those ones that were not modernized were only decommissioned a little bit earlier. And some of them were slightly modernized for better anti-submarine work by removing a bank of the torpedoes, by adding in a few more, by adding a slightly better sonar, and a few other things like that. But honestly, I mean, like, it was not a major modernization. And then finally, you have the main modification, which is honestly, is very similar to the Cannon class, where the only real difference between the Cannon class and this one is that the Cannon class is more torpedoes. It has a much better sonar. And the Cannon class has two of these 57mm anti-aircraft guns. The Kotlin SAM retains its 130mm gun up here in the front. It loses the one in the back for the surface air missile launcher, which does make sense. But yeah. And of course, we also have the early versions of the Cannon class, the Krupny class, or Project 57 BIS. So those, of course, have the SSN launchers here and there, which is mainly for anti-surface work. And of course, you also have the Kildon as well, which I don't know how to feel about the Kildons. The Kildons are, because they're basically, and they're really just, in my view, they're kind of more so like prototypes really for the Cannons and Cannon/Krupnys, because they have only one launcher. So they're not fully capable of. So I mean, they don't have the two launchers of the Krupny class. And I think that they have the same. I don't think that they have any artillery pieces up front. So they really just have the 57mm, kind of in this style, and just the SSN one launch in the back there. All right. So this is the IO down here. We gotta just get everybody into formation here, and as soon as everybody is inside of that one bubble, just gonna cross that little line there. We're just gonna start firing. Everybody's gonna start firing. I mean, everybody's just gonna be two Slavic class and Ural, but well. I mean, that's most of our firepower, so we're gonna just get them started. All right. I'm gonna launch them all at this up the carrier, which I presume is this one in the middle, because that would make the most amount of sense in my view. The missiles will be able to go and sort themselves out, and they'll divide themselves evenly. Well, not evenly. They'll divide themselves roughly by the size. So I mean, it does make sense though. I mean, you want to go and kill the carrier, so you're gonna go and put a better priority for the carrier. Oh hi. Oh did I put you guys in too close? Yeah, I did put you guys in too close. I gotta move you back. Oopsie doopsie. That's not good. I really don't want to be shut down by accident due to my own inaptitude
Вас понял.
and me sleeping at the wheel. I do apologize. I really hope.
Вас понял.
I will personally
290.
not good because you. At the very least, we aren't gonna identify. All right, you haven't identified the Ticonderoga at the very least. So it's mainly because of the fact that Ticonderoga decided to go to emit. So the Ticonderoga is emitting, and these are the illuminators. We have one illuminator there, one illuminator there, one illuminator there, and one illuminator there. So we do have 4 illuminators. So we have a few other ones that I can't see. I think they fired 1 missile. So yeah, I think it's from this group over here. So gotta be careful. And you also decided to slow down to 1 knot for this action. Do you really need to slow down to 1 knot? I mean, you do you, but well, I don't know. It seems a little bit excessive to me. How close are we from you, anyways? You know, you should be out of range, so I'm not concerned about you guys. In just a few seconds, we're gonna go ahead and have our. All right. You know what time it is? It is time for us to start firing these missiles. Heck yeah, let's do this. So, Tbilisi, you have your 16 SSN 9s, 19s. Then you're gonna fire
Вас понял.
just like that. Minsk, you have your 8 sandboxes, fire 8 sandboxes. You have the 2 Slavas, so you are going to be firing
Вас понял.
just like that.
Цель
First you have Marshal
Залп.
and just like that.
Атакую цель 7008. Залп.
Yeah, that was a beautiful sound as all the missile hatches open at the exact same time. You 2 opening up your missile launchers here. Kiev, of course, is raising their missile launchers before firing. And Oral has their vertical launch like that. I don't know who to focus on, honestly. Kiev is starting to fire. And Slavas are back here. Alright, the Slavas are firing theirs real quick. First, Tbilisi is already on their 3rd. Which does tell you kind of a little bit that the shipwrecks have a lot better launch system. I mean, they're launching these one after the other, one after the other, one after the other. But Slava is still getting yourself going. You're still getting all these missiles up in here. All right.
Ракета выпущена. 7008.
Ooh, I'm actually going to do something. I am going to go ahead and launch up a. I should have done this, but I should have done this earlier. I can actually give them a little bit extra punch, electronic warfare punch. Ooh, this is also going to satisfy my question of what the heck is going to happen when you're firing your missiles,
8.
and I want to get an aircraft up in the air. Because I don't know what because I don't know. I presume that you're going to wait until you get in
Вас
close.
понял. Курс. Вас понял. Курс 100. Есть занять высоту. 37.
There is my beautiful anti-aircraft, electronic warfare aircraft. Me up here. Did you already fire all your missiles?
7008.
I do need you to keep firing in
Вас
case if
понял.
you're waiting.
Атакую цель.
Or are you actually waiting for the aircraft to fire first?
Залп.
If so, that's not good at all. It's not how to prioritize things. Well, let's go and see how Kiev is doing. Kiev has 2. Kiev has 2 left. How many does Slava have? Slava has 5 left.
7008.
This Slava's, the other Slava also has 5 left, which makes sense. I mean, they're firing them at the same time. Okay, that is I don't know how I feel about that fact. That you did stop in the middle of launching them. You need to launch the aircraft, which I mean I do appreciate.
Ракета
But
выпущена.
I really would have
7000.
done it in a different way because we just launched 9, and we're gonna be launching another group of 7 now. Granted, I think the SSN-12s will probably be sufficient. So I mean, I don't think that we'll really need to go and get. I don't think it's gonna be the end of the world, but that's not very good. There you go. Yep, and now you're gonna be starting back up on firing. There's something very interesting about these missiles, is that they do have to flood the missile tubes, because of the fact that it was originally built as a submarine-launched missile. So, you can see here, let me go ahead and stop here, and go ahead and go back to, oh, hello. That was a bit of lag there, it was scary. Go back to here, and select one of these SSN-19s as soon as they get out of the tube. So, the SN-19, because of the fact it's meant to be submarine launched, it actually has a little thing here so to protect the cap. So that it, yeah, you can see the cap gets thrown off because if it's supposed to be submarine launched. So of course you don't want to get water stuck inside of there. So that's very interesting. One of the interesting things about this, little interesting quirk about it. Yeah, we have them starting to go and get themselves up into the little formations here. This isn't the SSN-9 formation, 19 formation. This is a group of SSN-12s. Another group of SSN-12s. This is another group of SSN-12s. They're like already forming themselves up into little attack waves. Which is nice. Let's see. Kiev has definitely already fired all of its missiles. It has. What does Slava's missiles look like? The 2 Slavas have launched the missiles, so the only thing we gotta get now is just get warheads and foreheads. So.
Вас понял. Курс 311. Вас понял. Курс 312. Вас понял. Курс 200. Вас понял. Курс 280.
Oh, that's weird. Why do you have a much smaller range? Fascinating. Regardless, if it was possible, I would probably go ahead and just try to snipe the E2 Hawkeyes with my MiG-23s, but there's no way to do that unless I want to go deep within SM2MR range, which is not what I want. So that is not what we're going to do. Alright. The frame rate just kind of wants to die. Not good.
Вас понял. Курс 126.
Yeah, I should have gone ahead and gotten some ECM to go and help out with this, because shipboard, because helicopter, I went through every possibility other than aircraft. That is honestly kind of impressive on my part.
Вас понял. Развиваю максимальную скорость. Вас понял. Курс 104.
What does your range circle look like? Okay. Because I do want you to go and get to maximum range, because I do want you to get there as quickly as you can. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna get there. I don't think I'm gonna get you there in time, but I mean, I might as well try my hardest to go and get you guys some a little bit of electronic warfare support. I think it's gonna be too late. I should have done it earlier. I wasn't thinking about it, and now I'm paying the price. But my big hope is, at the very least, that this should be enough missiles. Well, our SSN-19 group is probably going to get shot down, unfortunately. It's only 9. It should have been 16, but I made mistakes. Mistakes have indeed been made. Oh well. We learn from our mistakes. Because the main thing is, I did not realize that launching aircraft has higher priority than launching missiles for the Oral class. I wonder if you can actually launch. I mean, there's probably nothing stopping you like there is for the Oral class for launching missiles with the Kievs and launching Yak-38s or Ka-27s or Ka-25TSs as you deem fit. So that is interesting at the very least. And we're trying to go and get them there as quickly as we can. So frame rate is kind of killing itself, but well. What is it? Yeah, that's 10. Yeah, we're at 5 frames per second. And to be fair, we also do have like 56 missiles in the air right now, and a few aircraft, and a lot of other stuff. So I mean, it's a lot for the game to handle at one time. But well, and also keep in mind that my computer's also running all the VTuber stuff as well, so not doing poor, doing that bad, all things considered. All right. I think I'm just kind of just. They're all kind of dancing in between one another here. Are you already turning to decrease? I don't know. It looks like if you're going down, but you're not going down. All right, so yeah, they're already getting started inside of the line here. I mean, you can tell here that this is. Oh, you guys already got outside of range here. All right, cool. This is. Well, maybe, but well, I don't have a 40. I don't have a 4090. I have a 3060 because I'm running this on a laptop. I mean, it's a good laptop, considering how everything is, but well, it's still a laptop at the end of the day. So, and it's also not that big of a laptop. It's a very much kind of. It's really a good. It's a good laptop though. I mean, I got it for a good sale, and it does everything I needed to. All the work. Oh, they're going down now. I follow these guys in as happens. These guys are going down. One of these guys, I think the one in the middle, should be going. One of these guys will be staying up. So we'll go ahead and see who decides to stay up. I think it would be this one. This one's kind of still up here. Yeah. So the way that these missiles work is that if you're unfamiliar with the system that they operate on, is that one of them up here is going to be at 8,000 feet. And it's going to be operating basically as a little AWACS for this little flight. So it's going to be seeing all these little radar contacts and it'll start divvying them up as necessary. So new visual contact. Designate track 7052. There's a visual contact here. Oh, right. It's because of the fact that these guys have infrared search and track on one of these guys here. I don't know where it is. Because this is a refueling probe. That's not the infrared search and track. Regardless, one of these guys has infrared search. Yeah, the search. Yeah. So. Oh, yeah, they're certainly going to attack them there. But well, fortunately, our friends here are. I mean, you guys are trying to get fired out. Ah, no, it's more so these guys that are getting fired upon. Yeah, so all of you guys are at 8,000 feet right now, and then as soon as you guys get radar contact, one of you guys are gonna go back down, and as I said, I think that this first group here is probably gonna get completely taken out. It would have done really good, but I lost an aircraft in the middle of them firing, and I naively thought that it would prioritize getting the aircraft out. But nope, that is not how it works. Yeah, I want to try to get our electronic warfare aircraft. This is basically honestly a Soviet EA-6B. It is basically a Soviet prowler, and it looks. And I think it probably even has a very similar crew arrangement. Really, it just has the engines up top because, I don't know, 445 just looks like that. Alright. Oh, anyways, I'm gonna go and pull up our mission log right here. Oh, that's not good. 4 out of the 5 have already gotten shot down. Yeah, that's the main thing that I was really concerned about, is that with this group, is that I wish I could have told them, hey, can you, like, I don't know, like, oh, well, they're going down now. So, that's good. So he didn't get another one shot. Oh, that's an SSN-12. Oh, the SSN-12s are starting to get shot down because the SSN-12s, if I'm not mistaken, they fly up a little bit higher for a little bit longer. All right. Let's see this here. 19 got shot down. I really want... The main things I really want to get shot down, the main things I want to get killed are the aircraft carrier and the 2 Ticos. I can kill the 2 Ticos, which we've already recognized the 2 Ticos into the formation. But I really want these Ticos dead. Because they're just formidable. I mean, they're very good at... Because I might be able to get a lot... What are these SSN... Oh, there you guys are. Okay. I don't know what you guys were doing previously. And for... I don't know why you guys were going up north, and now you guys have figured yourselves out. Well, it seems to me that our... 12 formation here is probably going to go ahead and get itself going. Oop, there you go. Alright, a lot of the RIM 7s and a lot of the SN2 MRs are getting spooked by defensive jamming, which is great. Because I do not want these guys... I want these guys to go and be as survivable as possible. Okay, well, you still got... Get them intercepted by RIM 7s of all things. Okay, well that group of 9 got shot down, but hopefully the next group will be able to get things going. I'm not liking this in the slightest, but well, it is indeed a pretty difficult scenario. Oh, are you okay? Ooh, I like this far. Alright, I'm going in fairly well. Where are you going, my friend? Fucking, alright, spoofed. Who are you going for? This is going for the aircraft carrier. I really hope it gets in. Come on, let's see it. Nope. Alright, well, this is the only one left from this wave. But the good thing is that, like, as each wave comes in, they're focusing on each wave, so it's kind of like progressively, by the time they can deal with this wave, for example, they're already within 7 nautical miles. That's the main advantage here. Is that since we're firing so many salvos, is that... Oh, is this one? Yeah, that was yeah, that one got defensive jammed out. Alright. This is a very tricky situation. And it's really just... It's kind of really just dice rolls. Just many dice rolls. On... this one's gonna make it. This one's gonna make it. Seawiz isn't gonna get it. Seawiz isn't gonna get it. No! No! That's sad. That's disappointing. And it got into something very close. I mean, I'm kind of surprised that it managed to go and make the intercept there. Alright. There are a few more of these guys coming out. That one got defensively jammed. Alright, who are you going for? Okay, you're going for the Iowa. No, you actually got jammed and you're not going for the Iowa. Let's see it. There we go. Alright, well, that's one aircraft carrier done. And I think that we're going to be going for the... I think that you're going for the, Iowa now. Yep, the Iowa got hit by 2. Ooh, was that a magazine detonation? That was a very big... Yeah, I think we did see the magazine detonation because that was kind of dramatic. Okay. Sure. Granted, I would have loved to go ahead and have, I don't know, like maybe like the aircraft carrier dead, rather. And the aircraft carrier is burning up. And let's go and I really more so want these Ticos. I want you to go first. I want some of these Ticos dead. Because yeah, I mean these Ticos would be very nice to kill. Right. Now I wait, did we get some more shots off? Seems to me that we have a lot more fires than I would expect. You know, I see a lot more fires than I would expect. Because I didn't realize that we hit this type. I didn't realize we hit this Tico. I didn't realize we hit both of these Ticos. I didn't realize that we hit most of this stuff. Okay. Sure. I legitimately did not see that. Oh, I want to see this. Oh yeah, you got hit by, alright, the carrier got hit by some more SSN-19, so have fun with that. And we have another SSN-12 coming in to get you finish off this Tico. Very nice. And one more, just to get and kill what's left of the Iowa. Sure. Alright. That was a very dramatic sound. Sure. Go for it. Alright, so the two Ticos are dead. And this is... Oh, this is another Tico. The one Tico there. Oh no, this is a Sprue. This is Sprue Can. So Spruance died. I don't know what this one thing that's coming at us here. Is this a... Oh no, that's the carrier. Because the carrier, of course, at this point needs even more missiles on it. You know? Now, an aircraft carrier that already looks like that evidently needs more. And you're going... And more missiles, it really, really likes. I don't know if the radar cross-section for the Iowa is really attractive, but it really likes the radar cross-section for the Iowa. Which, I mean, the Iowa's already sinking. I mean, it already had magazine detonations left, right, and center, so... Alright, so what we have left is that we have one Oliver Hazard Perry, two Oliver Hazard Perry, and of course we have the kid all the way back here. Alright. Okay. Let's go ahead and watch our aircraft carrier here. This is a Nimitz. And Nimitz here is already down by the bow. It has fires pretty much almost in every part of its compartments here. And I mean, American damage control has always historically been very good, but when you're hit by this many SSN-19s and SSN-12s, like, these are very big warheads. Like, they're very big warheads. So I'm kind of not all that optimistic here. But the good thing is, I think that these guys didn't I don't think that they actually launched a strike package. So I'm gonna move our airborne early warning radar a little bit closer, and you can do that now. No, you're still trying to fight it. You're still fighting. Congratulations. Oh, I thought that was a abandoning ship here. And because quite frankly, you look terrible. Like, I don't like to be mean to people, but Nimitz, you look terrible right now. You are not having a fun day here. I mean, you're dead in the water, and I don't know if you can actually control these fires. We're really surprised, honestly, if it does not die, but it is still trying to fight. It's still trying to fight, even though it's down by the bow, even though it's tilting just like that. It's fighting. It is fighting for its life. So I'll go ahead and put us up to 30 times speed. And I'm also going to go ahead and start deleting some of our circles, just getting rid of our clutter. Because now I don't really care if they detect us, because I mean, if they detect us, because I mean, obviously there are plenty of potholes, etc. inside of the flight deck. So you're not going to be able to do anything with the flight deck anymore. Alright. Killing all of that. And going ahead. That line just like that. Alright. So the only things that we have left are the following. Now I'm going to because okay. The only things left that we actually have to deal with are we have two parries right here. And then we have our kid that managed to somehow do some weird shenaniganery all the way back here. So, granted, do you really consider the 2 Oliver Hazard parries to be a major threat? Not particularly. But I'm still not too sure whether I want to go ahead and try and run past them. Where's the other one? There's the parry down here. Where is the aircraft carrier? Oh yeah, you have the Iowa here that's thinking very dramatically. You're not particularly having the best time, I'd say. Yeah. I mean, at the very least, there are only some light boats. At least some people have survived. But, well. Beautiful ship. Shame that I had to do it, but, well. You're in a war, you know. You are indeed in a war. Now, this is, I think, this is a Tico over here. Where is our aircraft carrier, though? How's our aircraft carrier looking? I'm still very surprised, because you got hit by a good number of missiles. And the good thing is, I think that I think the flight deck has holes in it, so I don't think you're gonna be able to launch anything. Yeah. So I'm not, because of course we still have a few ships here left, and I don't think that that the scenario can really end until all of them are dead. So the main question is, what should I use to kill them? Should I use my Severomeni class? Should I use an airstrike? Well, let's get away our options then. Yeah, because I think that that's the wisest thing that we could do. So when it comes to our airstrike that you could possibly do, we have 12 Co-45s. With anti-ship precision would probably be what we want. Yeah, because we want to go at them with missiles. I mean, honestly, no, actually. Because keep in mind that the enemy has no more aircraft. So they can't fire any air-launched harpoons. The harpoon on the what's it call it? I'm dying here. What is the creature that we're dealing with? We're dealing with a Oliver Hazard parry. The creature that we're dealing with here has the RGM-84 harpoon, which has a range of 65 nautical miles. Our P-27 muskets have a range of 135 nautical miles. So we currently outrange them. And we also have the recon advantage as well. Since, I mean, actually, they'll detect this. I mean, it would actually be more risky for us to go for the airstrike, because while the airstrike, we can just launch it immediately right now. The thing is with the airstrike, if we look here at our Co-45s, where our Co-45s are, can we actually launch the, that's kind of annoying. I'd like to go ahead and get the unit reference just like that. Anyways, I'll go to aircraft as soon as I can. Oh yeah, I could probably increase our, yeah, I'm going to increase our speed to 30. We don't need to get anywhere closer. So I can go ahead and reduce the danger zone on our, I'll just keep us at, like, 10? I'll keep us at 20 for now, while I'm talking. I'm trying to figure out exactly what we're dealing with. So we're dealing with attack, we're dealing with Co-45, and we're going to AS-13. The AS-13 is going to be what we're going to be using for the anti-ship. The thing is, it is TV camera guided. So you do have to see it for the entire time. And it only has a range of 21.6 nautical miles. The two that we have left are indeed Oliver Hazard parry class, and they have the SM-1MR. So I think they have a range of about 22 nautical miles, I want to say. We'll determine that real quick. What do we have here? SM1MR. So 20, so 24.7 nautical miles. Granted, I will need to probably launch it with electronic warfare support, so that will help a little bit. But I'm not all that confident. 24.7 nautical miles. Hi, you're going way too close. Nope, select their middle.
Вас понял. Курс 300. 20. Есть занять высоту. 40. 2000. Возвращаюсь на базу. Не могу выполнить, товарищ командир. 7. 0. 0.
I wonder how big is this beam right here?
4.
Because if we're going to be doing any jamming, we need our target instead of that beam. Okay. So we can't need to actually jam it. The thing is it I don't have all that big of a jamming cone.
Есть занять высоту. 30.
It's just interesting. I feel like if the EA6B has a bigger jamming cone, but that's regardless of the points. All right, so you have a range of, I completely forgot again, 24.7. Or
Прибыл на позицию.
fantastic. Oh, uh-oh. That's not good. Seems like if our Nimitz here has managed to actually recover. Yeah, and the Nimitz hasn't even recovered, which is not good. I don't want Nimitz to recover. Granted, it looks absolutely miserable, and it's going at 6 knots. But, and honestly, I think that at this point, it would probably try to make a run for it, since, I mean, I don't think it can launch any more aircraft. And I don't even know what aircraft are even left, considering the fact that it's hit directly here at the hangar. So, oh, that's not good. How much of a distance do we have left until we get from you to you? 127 nautical miles. Okay. I'm gonna launch the air strike. Why not? You know, not like if they're gonna do anything regardless. You know, anti-ship precision. All 12. Launch. And let's see it. I'm probably gonna still need to go and use the muskets to finish off the carrier, I presume. I mean, I think that we've basically operationally killed the carrier. If not, I mean, actually, now I know that we haven't killed the carrier, but I mean, it is at least operationally killed, so... You're gonna start your launching operations real quick. Very nice. When are you gonna go and get the next group? There you go, you're getting your next group down. Alright. Unfolding your wings. Very, very pretty aircraft, I'd have to say. And they're a little bit strange looking, with their engines right above like that. I don't know why they did that. I need to read why they wanted to design it in that fashion. But all right, Condor 1, I want you guys to go ahead and group up right down there.
100. Вас понял. Курс 127.
Oh yeah, we're going to be launching them in attack groups of 4, so we're going to have 3 attack groups. So one of them's probably going to go for one of the parries. Actually, one of them's probably going to go for one of the parries with, like, yeah, one of them's going to go for one of the parries. And the last one will probably go for the Nimitz. I don't know what a King Bull can honestly do to a Nimitz. Probably not all that much, but well. I mean, we'll determine that as necessary. Alright. They're still going at their 6 knots as quickly as they can. Not very quick. You know, if they're going a little bit quicker, then I'll probably go ahead and just save up. But because of the fact that it's going to take a little bit for them. I still don't know where the kid went, but the kid is probably like here now. Still going at its 5 knots backwards. I know, we actually still have it acquired. Oh, we actually still have your position. This is grayed out for some reason. We'll kill the kid when it comes time for it. We're also probably going to go and kill everything else here because we might as well. Alright, and then of course we have our last attack group over here.
127.
Yeah, this is what we're going to be... Hello. So this is what we're going to be dealing with here. So we have, I think that this is a targeting pod. I know that we have one drop fuel tank, so I think that this is probably our fuel tank. This is our targeting pod for our 2 missiles down here. And we have a few aphids just for self-defense, really. We're not going to need them. I'm honestly going to do a little bit of trolling and use those aphids just to shoot down a few helicopters, because we might as well, you know? Because killing some helicopters will also help with lag, and it'll also help with the mission score. So they'll just be like, hey, congratulations, you shot down some helicopters, because obviously shooting down some helicopters is going to really tip the balance here, you know? And you've basically already sunk one you know? Alright, well, I'm actually going to go ahead and, as they go ahead and start coming up here, just run the ad since that's coming up right now. So I'll see you guys on the next, on the other side. Cheers!
Вас понял. Курс 328. Вас понял. Курс 126. Вас понял. Развиваю максимальную скорость. Вас понял. Вас понял. Курс 125. Прибыл на позицию.
Thanks for the subscription, D4N. I think that we're done with the ad break, are we? Yeah, we're done with the ad break. Awesome. We're doing well, we're doing well. We have sunk most of the escorts of this group. As a attack group, we've sunk the USS Iowa, the two Ticonderogas, and a Spruance. So all that we have left is the carrier, which is currently damaged. The Oliver has a parry up here. This Oliver has a parry, and we're going to be dealing with them with an airstrike. So, and if anybody still lives, then we'll go ahead and deal with that as necessary. There we go. Very nice. Oh. You know, our frame rate's kind of dying a little bit because there's a lot of things going on, but, well, keep getting things going. So, we have our attack group flight 1. 2, and 3. So we have 12 aircraft in total, which is the entire strike group that we have. So if I did want to, I guess I could have gone ahead and gone to the Kiev and taken out a few Yak-38s and gone ahead and done, like precision, I guess. But I don't really want to have random deaths for no reason, because these guys need to go inside the 7 nautical mile range to go and fire the carries. I mean, that's better than getting like a. It's better than bombing, I guess. But well. And there you go. You saw one of the MiG-23s going back. But yeah, it doesn't thankfully seem like if we managed to kill them before they got a strike off, which is good. Granted, should that happen in real life? No, absolutely not. In real life, they would have probably tried to get slam us as soon as they saw us, because they'd be like, "Hello, yes, there is a Soviet airborne early warning aircraft here. There's probably a carrier somewhere in the area. We should go ahead and try to find it. You know, at least with more vigor than what the P3s managed to accomplish. But well, that's besides the point. All right. I didn't realize I could speed us up here a little bit. You know, I'm gonna go and kind of accumulate everybody right underneath the AOX. So I don't know why, but this flight didn't take a little bit longer. You go and get yourself up and operational and all that. So yeah, you're gonna be arriving there in a few minutes. I'm gonna tell you guys to get the maximum speed that you guys could. So yeah, so you guys are going there as quickly as you can, which should at least help somewhat with the fact that they are indeed a little bit late to the party. We do have at the very least a electronic warfare aircraft, so you will need to be helping out by jamming some of the all-hazard parries, which is going to be nice, because we do want a little bit of that support to help them out somewhat. We have those two over there. Oh, we've rediscovered the kid. Hello, kid. You know, this guy, I'm going to show you what this creature, this absolute buffoon is doing. There's no other way to describe it. This is complete and utter tomfoolery on their side. Go ahead and show that did I pause it? Oh. Take us on a trip very far behind the lines to our good friend USS Panther of the Kid class, is for some unknown reason to myself, has decided that the best way to approach this action is backwards, away from everybody else, and trying to launch a helicopter, but failing to do so because of unknown reasons to myself. It is quite honestly baffling. In no uncertain terms, baffling is the only way I can describe it. I have never seen anything like this. This is a bug of some unknown, of some unknown make to myself. Where is it? Where are you, my friend? There you are. Look at this guy. So he's going backwards. Going backwards, trying to launch a helicopter, but entirely failing to do so. This helicopter has been trying to take off. It doesn't spin its rotors up. I don't know what it's doing. But whatever it's doing, it's making a real mess of itself. So, I don't know what I'm going to do with him, because he's so far away from everybody else. But, well, that's an issue for future me to decide, not current me to decide. What future me needs to get me to figure out, what current me needs to figure out, is our good friends over here. Alright, those are just our fighters, which we don't need any fighters anymore. New ESM contact. That's another helicopter. No, I don't want you to. No, I don't want you to do that. No. Alright. Oh, seems to me that we're roughly in good enough shape. So I'm going to go ahead and start the assault. You are going to go after that parry. you going after that parry, and I'm gonna tell you to also go after that parry.
Атакую цель.
You go after that parry,
Атакую цель.
and
7000.
you, I'm gonna tell
Вас
you to go
понял.
for you.
Атакую цель. 7000.
This one, I want you guys all to go for this
Вас
parry.
понял. Атакую цель. Вас понял. Атакую цель.
Hello? Uh-oh.
Вас понял.
You scared me there for a second.
Атакую цель. Вас понял. Атакую цель. 7000.
And you guys, I want you guys to all go for you.
Атакую цель. Вас понял. Атакую цель. Вас понял. Атакую цель. Вас понял. Атакую цель. 7000. 4. Вас понял. Атакую цель. 7000. 4. Вас понял. Атакую цель. 7000. Вас понял. Атакую цель. 7000.
So all these guys are going to be going for the Nimitz, trying to finish that one off. You're going to be going for the All Hazard Parry. And you will be going... Yeah, you're going to be going for... Which one is going for the parry? The one up top, right? Yeah. You are going to be going for the parry with... Yeah, seems good. Okay, I'm also going to go ahead and get you up as well, our Metal. So,
Вас понял. Вас понял. Курс.
you move yourself up, you get yourself over there.
Атакую цель. 7000. 5. Вас понял. Развиваю максимальную скорость.
Very good. Very good. And now all we gotta do is just get our aircraft in so that they can get some warheads onto foreheads and get things going. Alright. So, these... We have attack group 1 over here that's going to be going after that one parry. Going for... Oh no, that says our airborne relay warning control aircraft. Okay, I don't care about what you're doing. Alright.
Не могу выполнить, товарищ командир. 7. 0. Возвращаюсь на базу.
We just have a few aircraft, and if yeah, we just still have the E2 Hawkeye and the other like helicopters and all that kind of still zooming around as they do. But I mean, I don't really care what they do. They can do whatever they want, and if what they want to do is just fly around trying to find a submarine that doesn't exist, fine with me. Yeah, just look at how far away it is. But it is miserable how far away that one kid class is. Because I could definitely try to kill it. The thing is also that it's also the one that's making it so that I can't go more than 30 times speed. So I will definitely need to go and hit it with an airstrike. How successful an airstrike will be against the kid? I have no idea. So we'll need to determine that as it happens. I'm not very confident though. Somebody's gonna get shot down, but well, I'm at least trying to help out a little bit with their electronic warfare. So hopefully that will go well. This big purple thing is the electronic warfare. I don't actually know what. I think it just reduces the radar range, which should hopefully mean that we're gonna be fine. Yeah, we're gonna determine how things are gonna proceed here. Getting at your 10 knots. And everybody thankfully is already in their attack profile, so... And sometimes it can be a little bit finicky because it will be like, hey, yes, okay, well, we successfully are jamming this one helicopter, so whatever this one Sea Sprite is gonna be able to do, well, Long's gonna be able to do it. Congratulations to Sea Sprite. Sea Sprite seems to be our biggest losers today. And we have yet another Sea Sprite because there's so many of them. I'm actually going to go ahead and probably get a... I'm going to get a few MiG-23s. I want to get 23s. I'm going to shoot up another pair. I just want those pairs to clean up all these aircraft when possible. Because, well, I think that would be appropriate. Alright, we're still a little bit far away from them at this point, but, well, we will be doing our best. Because that is all we can do. All three attack groups are pretty much behind behind the electronic warfare aircraft, which is nice. That is as it should. As it should.
Не могу выполнить, товарищ командир. 7, 0, 0,
Alright.
5.
I am a little bit nervous about the situation. I'm not. I mean, I don't think we're necessarily. I don't think we have much cause for concern. I'm just usually a quite paranoid person, especially when it comes to dealing with whether aircraft are going to do what I need them to do in this game. I get worried because the aircraft AI sometimes can be stubborn, or perhaps have a mind of their own, or whatever platitude you wish to go ahead and use for it.
Не могу выполнить, товарищ командир. 7, 0,
Alright.
0, 5.
Alright, so that one parry is indeed jammed up. I'm gonna see if we can get the other one jammed up as well.
Вас понял. Курс 128.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing that, but, well, I also don't want to go ahead and mess around with the attack profiles of these guys. I don't know what these attack profiles are looking like right now. Oh yeah, no, they are flying 50 feet above the ground, which is exactly the lowest that they can, so they're doing what you would expect them to be doing, which is nice. I'm glad that they're not acting foolishly. I wonder, you should have a radar warning receiver. I mean, I'd be surprised if you don't. Yeah, you have a radar warning receiver and all that. Good. Because if the parry doesn't need to shoot you, I do want knowledge of that.
Вас понял. Атакую цель. 7009. Прибыл на позицию.
Alright, we got both of the parries jammed, which is nice. Good. Good for us. Just as our main attack group is... I wonder, can I actually go ahead and try to center it a little bit?
Вступаю
Nope.
в бой.
Oh no, okay, I can just manually put it right there. Awesome. And you decided to drop all 4 of your fuel tanks at once. Sure. If that's what you desire, then that's what you desire. Alright, and we have a TVS image here. Oh, because we're already going out here with our ink. Like, look at that. Granted, our king bolts are not very fast, as I can see. But the main reason why I fired so many of them, because I'm not too sure how good they are at actually not dying. So we'll need to see how these king bolts go. But promising thus far. So you guys are going for the Nimitz, so there you go. Have fun with that. Yep, you can have a Nimitz here. I don't know how much these guys are actually going to be able to do against the Nimitz, but I mean, as we've already said, we'll determine that as necessary. And I'm going to protect because of the fact that we have so much electronic warfare that they're probably not going to be able to do all that much against these guys. I'm going to go and keep our event log, which previously when we fired against these guys, the event log was not all that reliable. Event log failed to notice things that did happen. This left me confused to why things happened here. Vettel has decided that no, it is not actually going to go. How are you? Oh, there we go. We've flown a little bit too far away.
Вас
A little bit
понял.
closer, my friend.
Вас понял. Вас понял. Курс 119. Вас понял. Курс 100.
Okay, I do need you, Harry. I do need you to go ahead and There you go.
Не могу выполнить, товарищ командир.
Now you're jammed.
7, 0, 0, 9.
I say you can't jam it, but you are indeed actually jamming it, so... I don't know what you're doing, though. Alright, so we have gunfire coming in, but I'm not all that confident that they'll be able to shoot anything down. Maybe be able to shoot down one of these ping bolts? Probably not more than that. We do have some chaff coming out, but... The thing is, of course, is that... I do not know, however, if right now they're actually properly going after the target, or if they're not going properly after the target. Oh, Metal, you're not... Metal. There, please. Yeah.
7004. Поражена!
Okay, you're only hitting the Nimitz with these guys, so... What good these guys will be able to do against the Nimitz? Oh, I mean, it'd be kind of funny if it did get sunk by the Nimitz, but well... If the Nimitz did get sunk by all these guys. I did end up going, which I'm kind of surprised, because I've tried to go out before, but I was just like, no, I don't want to drive, I'm too tired, but well, I successfully do that. It was very fun. I know that, Sharklet, which is a VTuber for the community, I sent her a few photos of the sharks there, because I figured that she'd appreciate that, so... I mean, makes sense. I mean, if, you know... Because generally when it comes to, like, VTuber designs, I mean, if you don't like sharks, and you chose to go be a shark VTuber, I don't know, I'd be a little bit surprised with that, you know? So...
7004. Поражена!
Alright, we do have a few king bolts going into this parry here, which should go well. Ideally, I should have launched a few more king bolts, or a few more pardon, not king bolts. What am I trying to say? I should have launched a few more electronic warfare aircraft, but well, they're going in just fine. Yeah, this guy just managed to get unmasked, but well, dare I say it? There isn't all that much time left for you, my friend. The good thing is, though, is that since there's no radar involved, you can't actually jam the king bolt.
7005. Поражена!
Oh, you're in a big fireball here. Good. Ooh, you're getting... Not very smart here. You're going side on. I mean, the other one got hit all in the bow, but you're gonna get hit all along the side of yourself here. A few more coming in here. You're not looking like if you're having fun, my friend. So you have fire in 2 of your compartments. You have fire in all of your compartments. And Nimitz has a fire in 2 of his compartments. And you've gone ahead once again to dead in the water a bit. Well, that's happened before. I don't know if everybody from our flight has fired though. Okay, you fired only 1. Interesting. Has everybody only fired once? Yes. Okay, what I'm gonna do is... I'm gonna fire the Nimitz again, I think. Might go ahead and tell these guys to go a little bit to the side. Where are you guys going now? You guys are heading to a waypoint there.
Вас понял.
I don't
Курс
want you guys to do that.
60. Вас понял. Курс
Condors, you guys are still
2.
very close in.
Вас понял. Атакую цель. 7000. Вас понял. Атакую
We're gonna go and get all these king bolts as we can.
Так точно. Вас понял. Атакую цель.
Very well.
7004.
So, Condor 5 flight is going to be going back in against the Nimitz. I might go ahead and fire a few more at...
Вас понял.
And tell all of you guys to go ahead and go after...
7000. Вас понял. Атакую цель. 7005. Вас понял.
I do want to make sure that these parries do die. So I'll go and get that going there.
Возвращаюсь на базу. Вас понял. Атакую цель. 7000.
All
Возвращаюсь
right,
на базу.
and all of you guys are going back to base. You're going back to base. You're going back to base. And are you going back to base? You are also going back to base. Okay. I'm gonna disband this formation. Since you guys are all going back to base. Very well done.
Прибыл на позицию.
Alright. Where's the rest of them? So, we should have Condor 9 flight. Who is managed to go all the way back to the AWACS, which is unfortunate. And we have Condor 1 flight, which is also going ahead and going back to the AWACS. Okay. Alright, let's get to see all of you guys come out the limits here. Yeah, this parry is burning up pretty badly, but they haven't called it yet. They haven't called it for either one of these parries. I mean, this parry is still moving at 10 knots. This one is dead in the water, though. Alright, let's get to see Nimitz. Alright. Well, Nimitz still can fire some chaff. So, I mean, whoever's operating the chaff is still going. It seems to me that they've taken out the fires here, but, well. We have 4 more missiles coming in to deal with them. One, 2. 3's gonna be coming up in a second. 3. And 4. There you are. More missiles into the Nimitz missile sponge. Very well. Well done.
Вас понял. Курс 298.
Alright, let's going to see what Condor Flight 1 is actually going to be dealing with here.
Прибыл на позицию.
And I'm pretty tired, but thankfully this mission is basically going to be wrapped up in a few minutes, so not too concerned. Yeah, it seems to me that actually going ahead and going with the airstrike wasn't the correct option, because we haven't lost any aircraft, and these 2 parries are currently burnt. Oh, well, that parry decided to quit it.
Прибыл на позицию.
Alright, so we took 1 parry, so congratulations, parry. You are no longer with us. Okay, well, I don't know what happened here, but something evidently bad happened. That's... It's out of the superstructure. Okay, something blew up. Yikes. Alright. Hopefully the same thing happens to parry number 2 here, but well... Number 2 here is burning.
Возвращаюсь на базу.
Yeah, Nimitz here is getting itself back online. Yeah, this parry didn't get hit as hard, but I do feel like since it did get hit, it probably is. And his radars are probably all burned out at this point, so I would not be at all surprised even if they do somehow still survive. Then
Возвращаюсь на базу.
you know, I think that these guys are all firing against. You know, I'm going to tell you to go after you. So I want you guys, both of you guys, to go after you. What are you guys doing? Okay, so you are returning back to base. I'm going to take you out of the base. Actually, no, you're already out of the base. What are you guys doing here? And you're also going back to base. You still have a King Bolt left, my friend.
Вас понял. Атакую цель.
And do you also have a King Bolt left? You also have a King Bolt.
Вас понял. Атакую цель. 7000. Вас понял. Атакую цель.
Yeah, you're doing something weird with the formation flight. I'm going to disband you. You go back to base. As you deem necessary. You, however, I want you to go ahead and fire another one at the limits. The King Bolt,
Вас
please.
понял. Атакую цель.
There you go, as you need to do.
4.
Your Winchester, actually, if you're Winchester, I'm going to tell you to go ahead and fire against...
Вас понял. Атакую
I'm
цель.
going to get some of these guys to go and have some fun here.
67. Вас понял. Атакую цель. Вас понял. Атакую цель. Вас понял. Атакую цель. 7000.
Are you guys all returning back to base? If so, please take out that helicopter.
Пускай тепловую.
Alright. Apparently, I didn't tell everybody to continue fire all the aphids you had, but... Okay.
7000.
Well, that's one helicopter dead.
Возвращаюсь на базу.
Alright.
Вас понял. Атакую цель.
Go and get 4 heads to 4 heads on that case. You guys are going down... I want you guys to go down here.
Атакую цель. 7000. 58. Вас понял. Атакую цель. 7000. 50. Атака невозможно. Необходима цель. Вас понял. Атакую цель. 7.
Uh-oh.
Вас понял. Атакую
There
цель.
you go. Okay.
7000.
Good.
31.
You know, you're still trying to fight the fires. I mean, I'm kind of surprised. Like, I don't know. The damage control teams are doing a little bit better. But you guys are still, you know, the Nimitz is still charging on ahead.
Пускай тепловую.
But at the very least, now there's nothing that can shoot it down. Shoot anything down, which is nice. I like that.
Вас понял. Атакую цель. 7000. 60.
Alright.
7000. 4. Поражена!
And we have a lot of sea sprites just out and about. So I just gotta get these guys to just do a little bit of like sweeping up, you know? Especially since, like, you know, I'm gonna get this flight though. I'm gonna get this flight back to base because I want that flight to go ahead and start refueling. I want these two flights to start getting back, refueling, and doing all that stuff. So that as soon as they're ready to go, I can send them at the kid, since the kid is still all the way over there. And I am not very appreciative of the fact that it is still alive and is still out there and it's still doing all that other stuff. Alright.
Пускай тепловую.
Just firing a lot of missiles at this point. Oh, you're going back. Oh, you should go back to base. You have no more missiles or anything like that?
7000. 31. Уничтожено!
Alright, and you're doing well still. And you're doing well still. Fantastic. That's another AS-13 just to make sure that the parry is dead. And I didn't think it was gonna not die, but I mean, just in case if it was having second thoughts.
Пускай тепловую.
Alright, that's a good hit. Let me see what this guy's gonna do.
7000. 4.
Right underneath the catapult there. Interesting. Okay, we did kill the E2. Congratulations to whoever did that. I don't know who did that. Whoever did that, congratulations. Right. I'm gonna go ahead and kill the E2 Hawkeye's range circle then, since no longer a part of our equation here.
Вас понял. Атакую
Oh, there we
цель.
go. That parry finally decided to quit it. To say quit it.
58.
Because it just blew up. Nimitz here, I don't think is gonna actually quit yet. You are, even though you look this bad right now, you look really bad, Nimitz. Maybe you just go back home. You need to go back home. Like, go home. You're drunk. You have this much water near the bow. This is ridiculous, quite frankly. Okay, so we're gonna be killing that one helicopter. Are you going after this helicopter? No. Do you have any aphids left? You do have an aphid left.
Атакую цель. 7000.
You have 0 aphids left. You have 1 aphid left. I'm gonna tell you to...
Вас понял. Атакую цель. 7000. 59.
You still have a few aphids left. Oh, you still have a king bolt left. Why did you do that? Hello? Why do you still have a king bolt? Alright, well, I need to disband this formation. I want to disband all the aircraft formations.
Вас понял.
I want the two fighters, I want them to go ahead and come here. Fix everything.
27.
Okay, who is doing what? Alright. You are... I'm gonna go...
Вас понял. Курс
You're very far away.
100. 4.
Okay, so I want you to go ahead and get engaged in air-to-air combat. You still have a king bolt, so I'm...
9.
Send you at the limits.
Вас понял. Атакую цель.
Okay.
7000.
Yeah, you still also have a king bolt, so I'm gonna send you at the limits as well.
7000. 4.
Okay, sure, we just completely forgot to get you find
7004.
a group of them there. Because...
Вас понял. Атакую цель. Вас понял. Атакую цель. 7000. Вас понял. Атакую цель. 7000. Вас понял. Атакую цель. 7000. 69.
Alright, hopefully
Атакую цель.
these guys will need to be able to get some of these helicopters out. Because the helicopters getting out are not my biggest priority. But I figured that I might as well. They still help with lag. That's my main thing that I want to do. I just want to kill them just for lag purposes. And what is this guy doing at 20,000 feet? Oh my gosh. Okay. Sure.
Есть занять высоту. 20 тысяч. Вас понял. Курс 95. Вас понял. Атакую цель. 7000. 59. Есть занять высоту.
I did not anticipate that you'd go ahead and decide to do that, but well,
Есть занять высоту. 20 тысяч.
right.
Есть. РЛС надводного обнаружения включены.
Oh, hello? Hi. You're at 100,000 feet, so you're bugged. Congratulations.
Прибыл на позицию.
Okay.
Вас понял. Атакую цель. 7000. 67. Вас понял. Курс 100. 21.
Honestly, at this point, I think that if you try to launch any aircraft here, it's just gonna go straight into the ocean. Not gonna. It's just considering the angle right here, this flight deck. Yikes! Quite frankly, very big yikes. Regardless, Nimitz's everything is based. It's basically honestly a floating hulk. So I'm gonna tell you to go back home. Alright, are you within capability to do anything about? Because I told you to go back home, didn't I? No, I didn't tell you to go back home yet. Well, you go back home because that helicopter is not gonna die. Alright. And you try to fire a thing, but you failed to do that, so you're gonna go back home. Well done.
Вас понял. Атакую цель. 7000. 60.
Пускай тепловую.
Okay. You're returning to base.
Вас понял. Атакую цель. 7000. 70.
Alright.
Вас понял. Атакую цель.
Hopefully things are gonna go well.
72. Прибыл на позицию.
Yeah, this guy is bugged. He's all the way up at 100,000 feet, so not all that confident that he'll. Yeah, you have holes all over this catapult. I mean, you might theoretically, like very theoretically, be capable of doing something by like with these two catapults. I mean, maybe, but even then, the angle that you're dealing with here, like you're probably just gonna launch them straight into the sea. And generally, aircraft should not go into the sea. Okay, well, you're gonna return to base because you have nothing left. Okay, now I'll just tell her to return to base. I'll just get the fighters to deal with this situation. Because I want you guys back so that you guys can get some bombs out.
Возвращайся на базу.
Because I don't think we're actually going to be able to go ahead and
Возвращайся на базу.
kill this thing with anything. And you can go ahead and continue with your King Bolt, I guess. You three can continue going with your King Bolt as well. You guys, for some reason, decided not to fire it. I'm confused by that, but you guys did that.
Вас понял. Атакуют цель. 7000.
Yeah, and you guys don't have enough. You know, if you guys maybe had enough range, then I'm probably going to tell you guys to go after the kid. But well, you guys do not have the range, so no more range award. No more range award has been given, and you are winning it. Tell you to go back to base.
Возвращайся на базу.
Alright. You two should also be going back. You're going to some random waypoints.
Возвращайся на базу.
Congratulations for going to random waypoints.
Возвращайся
Very
на
nice.
базу.
Alright. Well, we should be getting into range fairly soon. I wonder when our land flights or Megs are going to get here. What are you guys doing? Hello? Okay, you guys are need to getting over here. Okay, that's good. Alright. Here's 2F. Just continue to have fun up there. Alright, so poor old Nimitz in at 6 knots. I still do not know why you are going forward, my friend. Like I said, there's all the love in the world. You're done. Like, you're done. Like, you need to go back home. Like, if you want to live, you're going to go back home. But no, it's just continuing to go forward because... And to be fair, I don't even know if the AI would even know where home is. And regardless, it's not like if they can really run. I mean, I can just sprint at 30 knots. And there's no more air defense network. But there's no air defense for this guy. So, I mean, he's kind of screwed, honestly. Like, that's the most polite way I can describe it. You are done for, my friend. You are, unfortunately, very much so done for. All of you guys are returning back to base, which is good. Because I don't really care about this massive swarm of helicopters. Let's go and just go look at the limits and going to watch as the impending swarm decides to descend upon
Возвращайся на базу.
carrier. Let's see this happen. 4 nautical miles away. Very nice. See all the smoke trails coming out. And of course you see the chaff, but these are TV guided if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, these are like terminally TV guided, so they're not going to care about the chaff. They're just going to slam straight into the front here. Oh, if I was smart.
7004.
Probably if I was smart, I probably should have gone ahead and gone around them and fired them at the rear, and that might have gone ahead and done something. Since I mean, we've kind of hit the front a number of times already. But I don't know. Hit him again, award. I don't think that those 3 King Bolts are going to do all that much, but it'll do something. It'll damage some more components in the front. Though I don't know. Honestly, the damage control of this guy is probably just a big thing of black. There's probably not much left. Alright, unless we leave Nimitz. So, yeah, Nimitz has quickly patched it up. That was not even an issue for Nimitz. Well, you're also looking increasingly bad. This is The red is where the water line's supposed to be. That's where the water's supposed to be. Oh, all the way up there. You're looking for. Well, our current plan of action is going to be the following. I'm pretty sure that these guys are already going at 30 knots, but if they're not, I'm going to fix that. But no, you're only going at 18, so I'm going to just tell you guys to go basically.
Есть самый полный вперед.
Thank you. I don't know where my water is. Okay, my water decided. Oh, there's my water. Oh, I ran out of water. I don't know if I should go ahead and get some more. I could go ahead and. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go ahead and. Can I actually run that manually? Yeah, I can. Okay. As I get some more water, I'm gonna go ahead and get you guys just an ad break. So I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. All right, welcome back. That's nice because the fact that I started 15 minutes early, it's actually gonna give me like 15 minutes like extra. So that's interesting. Good to know. Well, regardless, not much has actually changed, and I don't know why, but for some unknown reason, we have slowed down to times 10 speed. This is weird, and I don't know how to feel about that fact. Is that because of the fact that I told you guys to attack anybody? No. Very bizarre. All of you guys are returning back to base, right? Condor 9, Condor's going back to base, Condor's going back to base, you're going back to base, you're going back to base. 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 And you're going back to base. Where's our where's our P-42? Where is our P-42? Are you? Where are you, actually? Did you already go back to base? Huh. I know, our P-42 did go ahead and go on Big O Fuel. Okay, that's good to know. And you do need to go and get a new airborne early warning aircraft up. That's pretty much exactly what I intend to do.
Вас понял. Курс 125. Есть занять высоту. 37 тысяч.
What time is it inside of the local time? So it's currently 3 p.m. local time. Very well. And surface search as soon as we get there, just so we don't forget. I'm also gonna go and turn on the airstrip radar for both of these guys because I mean I don't really care. I mean, what are they gonna do? The helicopters are they gonna just run away? So. Oh no, we're back to 30 times speed. Awesome, that's very good. That means that we can go ahead and get ourselves going a little bit quicker. That's one thing that I do want to say about Sea-Power. I mean, it's kind of partly by the mission scenario, it's in how you build the missions. But it tends to be a little bit slow, and then punctuated by some very quick moments. So, oh. Up high. Alright, we are seeing our friends and our enemies and everybody else in between. Very well. I want you guys. This is a enemy helicopter. I'm gonna tell one of you guys. I'm gonna split you guys up because I don't really care if you guys go after. I don't want you guys all to go after the same target. You're gonna go after that one now. Orlan 4, have fun. It's Orlan 1 that went ahead and did it. Okay, interesting. Semi-active out. Box 1. That's it. New radar contact. We're going to be going after this helicopter over here.
Вас понял. Атакую цель 7000.
Oh, okay, well, that one's going after that one.
Курс 200.
Something's wrong with Orlan 4.
18.
Thanks for the follow, Holden. We're just gonna mopping this up here. I mean, we still do have this Nimitz that is going at 6 knots, but we're currently recovering our strike wave, and then we're probably gonna give both the bombing strike wave and a. Oh, well, we got that helicopter done. Dusted with. That's nice.
Вас понял. Курс 120.
There's just
Вас понял.
big number of helicopters in this area.
80.
That's nice.
70.
Honestly, I find that the semi-active are usually more reliable than the infrared. I don't know, that is something that I have noticed. Alright, let's go and just continue to have these guys just kind of do control around here.
Курс 85.
Yeah, you do have your radar on. Good. We do need to have this little Nimitz. Because unfortunately I no longer have the Nimitz on. But I will indeed show you the current state of the Nimitz, which is it's a pretty sorry state of affairs. Yeah. Flag spike. There we go. Yeah, so the Nimitz is has a lot of water down by the bow, and I think that most of its electronics is basically fried out, or burnt out rather. All its escorts are dead, except for the fact that the USS Chandler, which is a kid class, has decided, hey, I'm not gonna actually go ahead and be smart. I'm gonna go ahead and just go turn backwards, try to launch an aircraft, fails to launch an aircraft, and go at 5 knots. So is doing some very bizarre and questionable actions. Oh, cool. We got another helicopter here. I don't really care. I mean, these helicopters aren't very.
Атака невозможна. Необходима цель.
And these helicopters aren't very mission critical. I mean, like I'm basically just telling them because I can.
78.
Like there really is no good reason for me to do this.
Курс вас
And other than the simple fact that I can, and they're probably gonna. I mean, it'll help out a little with like points tonight and all that, I presume, I guess. But well, what are you doing here? I do want you to fire.
Атакуют цель. 7077.
And you're kind of already in minimum range, so I don't know if you actually will be able to fire. Target is not detectable by fire control radar. Fascinating. I wonder if it's due to the size or whether it's due to how low to the ground it is. Both of them are possible. Or maybe it's both. Oh. And one going out on this helicopter. That was pretty easy from that point.
Уничтожено.
And have you going out on that helicopter? Not that I got most of them, but I'm mainly just killing them for just to reduce the lag, I guess. Seahawk, there you go. Bonk. Very well. We're still recovering all of our attack aircraft. Our attack wave is still coming back, but
Возвращаюсь на базу.
I don't think there's any more. I know that there's one, however. Okay, you guys are gonna be coming back because you're out of range. You're out of range. Okay. You guys are all coming out. I'll just keep you guys here until you run out of fuel. You? Oh. It's going. No, we're gonna need to go into Savrameni range to go ahead and finish off the Nimitz. So we're just gonna probably just launch the stupid amounts of Savrameni's missiles, SS-22s or P-278 muskets. Depends on
Возвращаюсь на базу.
depends on how you like to get and talk about it. Oh, hello there. Return to base? Yes. Yes. Yes, you are.
Возвращаюсь на базу.
Yes. You're returning to base. You understand this fact. But I think that for you guys, you should. Let's actually go ahead and rate their. The MiG-23s have the Sapphire 23 MLA-2. So there you go. I don't know what the NATO code name for that is, in case if you want to know that, but ensure setup as necessary. Did all the MiG-23s inside of this game have the exact same radar? Except for probably the base, Sans Specifics has because so Sans Specifics has MLA-2 and the MS. And I don't know if the MS is I think that the MS is probably a mod aircraft. I probably got that in a mod, but you have the RP-22M, which is it's a MiG-21 radar. So, export avionics gets export avionics. That's simply how it goes. There's a big swarm of aircraft here. Oh, that's good to know. I don't actually. I'm not actually too familiar with specifically MiG-23 and kind of more so fighter-based radar. So that's good to know that we do have the latest and greatest.
Возвращать
Yeah,
на базу.
we have a very, very big queue right here for everybody in the holding pattern because we have at least 23, 24 aircraft trying to land. So yeah, so we're just waiting for them to go and all land, and once they do land, or once they do land, we're gonna go and get them back out. We're gonna send them against the kid, which is roughly at this position. I noted it down. I don't know how close, how long it's gonna take for the Moskets to get into range. I always fire the Moskets as soon as they're in range for whatever target, regardless of who it is, because the air defense on this guy does not exist. I mean, we literally just flew a MiG directly above it. But I keep on clicking it. The marker. I do not want the marker. I want the ruler. 70 nautical miles, which is not particularly great. Yeah, that's what I'd think, but well. Alright. We have our airborne early warning and control. Kind of coming up into position here. Very nice. You're just loitering and... Oh no, you're not loitering. You are going back to fuel. Refuel. Right. Thank you for the major amount of lag. Hopefully you don't cry and die on me. He's probably dying because of a lot of like memory leak issue. But I mean, even then, I mean, we've done a little bit better when it comes to. Uh oh. Please don't crash on me. Sea power? Oh, you're scaring me, sea power. Are you okay, sea power? Uh oh. It's over. You know, Microsoft Windows has said the application is not responding, so I. Oh, hi. You did a little response. This is unideal. I did pause it, so. Okay. I hope it's not over, because that would be kind of sad. And we obviously won. I do want to just say that. And we obviously will kill the Nimitz, so I mean, that's pretty obvious as well. So I'm not concerned on that front. Ah, you are telling me back. You're coming back here, and you're telling me that the program does not want to respond. Not ideal. Very much so not ideal in the slightest. Get still frozen? No! Please! Don't die on me! Oh, and I keep on trying to get... Oh, something's happening. See, we're zooming in. I move side to... Oh, we're back! Back. Okay. It's working. Granted, it is not liking the fact it's doing things, but I'm going to see this here. Options, and we're going to try to decrease it to like potato or something like that. Maybe that'll going to help it out here. Not potato. Potatoes might be a little bit too. Like. slow. I don't know what actually is the issue with it though. I don't know whether it's just running out of memory or I don't know what the issue is with it. So we're just gonna put it down to like low quality. Hopefully that'll help out. Resume, please. No, you are still crying and dying for some unknown reason. You were doing fine before. Ooh, that sounded really bad. No, you're doing perfectly fine, and now you have decided, hello, yes, I am going to die. Oh yeah, it looks so much worse now, the quality, but well. I'm going to see what I can do to help you out here. Well, you can't save the game. They haven't added in saving game. If it, you know, if it did, then definitely go ahead and. Oh, hi. 100 times speed now.
Возвращайся на базу.
Alright, why can't we go 100 times speed now? That's interesting. Yeah, like honestly, performance on 1 time speed and performance on 1,000 times on 100 times speed is not all that much different. Also, I absolutely despise how it looks right now. I'm gonna just go put it at least to like medium quality. Like, there we go. Boom. Honestly, it doesn't look all that much different. Oh well, I suppose. What? Excuse me? What are you doing here, my friend? You're not supposed to be under the water yet. USS Nimitz has transformed into a submarine? Evidently so. I don't want to end it here, but it's not doing good. Nimitz, what are you doing? Are you under the water? Oh dear. You're not sinking yet? You're still alive? Like, I know that you want to give up, but you can't give up just yet. Yeah. Yeah, this is not good. Yeah, Nimitz there is just going straight into the ocean. So honestly, I think that whatever just happened was a catastrophic enough bug, or just hit in whatever thing that just happened that it basically has bricked the entirety of Sea Power. Ugh. Okay. That is not particularly pleased. Not pleased at all. Yeah, I'm gonna actually have to call it here because I mean, as you can see, I would love to play the scenario more, but it seems to me that Sea Power has other ideas, which is unfortunately the same thing that happened previously. Like this happened previously when I tried to run it. Yeah, currently trying to cry and die, so yeah, we're gonna need to. Yeah, I'm gonna exit it here. So, well, unfortunately, it is indeed considered a draw since we only damaged the Nimitz. But hopefully, you can understand that since we still have plenty of Moskets, we still have all of our aircraft, strike aircraft, the Nimitz would sink. Like I think that we can. I think we can establish that fact. So, I do want to make sure that that is indeed established. And that's pretty much all I have to say for myself, really. But as you can tell, Sea Power is basically has bricked itself all of a sudden, really, too. I mean, like, it was doing fine until it wasn't. You know? But, well, that's simply how it proceeds. So I would like to thank everybody for coming, everybody who decided to watch, everybody who decided to go ahead and stick around. I don't have to apologize, of course, for the fact that Sea Power has decided that it is not going to be working anymore. But, well, that's simply how things go. So I'm going to go ahead and see who is online. So I can get a raid out, and that'll be it. Of course, I'm going to be starting out tomorrow at 12:30. I think it said 12. Yeah, it's at 12 p.m. EST. So if you want to go ahead and do that. Is the thing? Where's my thing here? Okay, there's Twitch. I'm trying to look for Twitch. And go ahead and see who is online. And of course, once I determine that, things will proceed in a very natural way. Oh, that might be interesting. You just rated just as we were ending. I mean, hello. Thank you, Mana, for the raid. So let me shout you out here real quick. Where is the shout outs? So Mana. There you go. Well, it was going well, and we were winning, and everything was looking great, and we were gonna go and give the coup de grace to the basically ailing Nimitz, but, well, the game has decided that it was no longer going to cooperate with us, and it decided to promptly crash. So, fortunately, there is no saving and reloading in the game yet, so it's pretty much 2 hours, 5 hours sunk. So, yeah, decidedly unideal. Yeah, it is a very sad day, but, well, I mean, I think that we can't even say, though, that I did win, even though the game did not agree with me. It says that it was a draw, but we sunk a lot. I mean, this is hardly obscure, but I mean, it's more so just very early access. And that's what it is. I mean, it's a very nice game. It's a very good game, and it usually doesn't do this, but I don't know what's with this specific scenario and dying. But this one, it decided to die, so that's simply how things proceed, really. Yeah, so for those who don't know me, I am Cadet Aeronautica of the Soviet Navy, and I primarily play any military games that are relating to the Cold War. So tomorrow we're going to be going ahead and going with Gunnery PC, which is a very nice tank game. Alongside that, we have Sea Power, which is the game that I was playing earlier, and everything kind of in between. I do not play Squad. I should play Squad. I don't have Squad yet. Isn't Squad like $50 or something like that? I don't have that yet. But, well, I'll determine how that goes yet. But yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and see who is online, and I'll raid out as necessary. Somebody was playing a game that I was typing it up. But now I completely forgot what I was doing. Where are we? I managed to turn myself around here, unfortunately. Huh. I don't remember who I was gonna raid. Maybe they also went offline. Yeah, well, we're gonna go ahead and go. Oh, not to worry. I do have a backup. I'm gonna make sure that I type the name correctly because I will fail to type the name because I am incapable of doing so. This should be the correct person. Yes, this is the correct person. Awesome. Alright, so we're gonna write out just like this. And yeah. Already said thank you, but I'm gonna say it once again. Just thank you everybody for coming. It was a very fun time. Even though, of course, the game did not cooperate with us. And yeah, everybody who lurked. I need to put a lurk. I I need to put a luck redeem. That's something I gotta do. But yeah, besides that, things will be proceeding well, and we'll be heading out in. I don't know how long it's gonna take. Yeah, the timer's going by, so my not bad, but well. Well, no, it's already been an hour. You know, it's already been an hour. So I mean, yeah, an hour has already passed. So, womp womp. Yeah. Oh well.